now up to that main staging area we've seen over the past couple of weeks. And on the left-hand side, that's the Prime Minister's office. That had toilets put outside of it at one point. Police seem to be moved up to that point and holding the line again. Is this going to be another point where we see them pause for a bit?
They're going to reevaluate the crowd very quickly. Again, it's not just the officer's view from the ground. There are drones and aerial shots and spotters up at the tops of the building. If they get the sense that the crowd has regained its foothold a little bit and come together, they may pause for a minute. But if they see that the crowd is still milling about in disorder, they will continue to push forward. So this is a moment of reevaluation. Don't forget, too, every time they stop to make an arrest, that takes a number of officers out of the advance who are on the person or watching the person and the officer who is making the arrest. So it takes a second to sort of regain your footing, but they'll evaluate quickly whether or not they should stop and pause or press on, largely using the aerial views.
Yeah, Murray Faulkner, I want to bring you in now. Murray Faulkner, of course, is former London, Ontario Chief of Police. Mr. Faulkner, one of the things that when I was talking to police on the ground yesterday, it's exactly what Mr. Kempo was saying, is they hit a point, they may reevaluate and then learn from what just transpired and then move forward again. How will this, in your mind, play out?
Well, I think... first of all, let me just talk about Thomas and his location. That it's not the intent for the police to keep the media away. It's that if the media was inside the barricaded area, they then become responsible for any injuries. And so today, we believe that it may be a little bit more volatile, and therefore there is some protection garnered to members of the media. Also, I think I've seen in a photograph the line has actually stopped. There will be mediation going on with the protesters still, trying to encourage them to walk away. They do not need to be arrested. Now, as far as those heavy vehicles are concerned, they are going to have to be towed away without question, because obviously these people have decided they're going to give up their rigs, which really doesn't make much sense. But I think there'll be a pause for a moment. The commanders on the scene are going to regroup and make a decision on more arrests, or are they just going to keep pushing people? They have left an avenue to escape, to leave the area, as they did yesterday, and so that tactic is the same. But the police really have taken the high ground and will continue this morning to do that.
Let me just give you one quick second. Sorry, I'm going to take us now to our colleague David Common, who is on the ground as well. David, tell me what you're seeing on the ground from your vantage point.
Yeah, Hannah, absolutely, Hannah. So we are, you see the police line that has advanced, as Thomas was talking about before. They've come right up. We're not going to go too much closer just because we expect that they will advance again. These are Ottawa police officers. They have come in, batons, shields are coming down. The shields over their faces are now coming down. Batons deployed here. So it is quite likely they are going to move forward again. They've moved up significantly, and as Thomas was saying, very, very quickly as they moved up. You'll see that there are RCMP drones. Okay.
Oh.
Don't know what that was. We're just going to push back.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
I got you.
Don't touch me.
Okay. No, we're okay. We're okay. We're okay.
All right.
Everybody's calm. So that may have been a flashbang, may have just been an incendiary put off by a protester. Can't quite say what it was, but what did happen is it was a distraction for people, and they moved forward when that happened. So that is, in some ways, a police tactic that we've seen elsewhere, that, okay, police advancing forward, so we're going to move back here. So you see that the police continue to move forward. When they move forward, Hannah, they move forward very quickly, about 10 paces, and then stop. And so we can expect to see more of that going forward. Not seeing any arrests, Hannah, at this point, but it gives you a sense of what's happening on the ground as we speak to you here.
Yeah, and when you're listening to the protesters there, David, if you can hear me, do they seem like they are, do they give you the impression that they're going to back up, or?
No.
No.
No, sorry, Hannah. I was just giving a little explanation to our camera operator, trying not to get too close here.
Yep, no worries.
I think that the people who are here now intend to stay here. The question is for how long, because we are, now just meters away from sort of the main camp in front of the Parliament buildings, where the big rigs and other vehicles have now been, for 3 weeks placed, and. So at some point, and I'll just turn around Osama here for a moment, the camera operator, give you a sense of just how close we are to the rigs themselves now. So you see some people have pushed back, some people linking arms down over here, intent on, as they've said over and over, holding the line. But we can expect that there will be a push towards this main caravan. And at that point, I don't know what happens. Then it becomes less of an open space and becomes, I suppose, much more unpredictable, Hannah.
Yeah, it seems like there are some protesters. I'm watching your camera closely as well, moving back from that line. I want you to stay safe. So if you need to go, that is fine. We're keeping an eye on you as well. We just want you to be safe.
If we need to, yeah.
Yeah, and let me just, again, I'll situate people in this location. Let's just listen in here.
Now. Okay, need to go back.
Unarmed citizen.
Hannah, if you're still with me, I'm just going to say that we're moving back because we're now actually in between the line of protesters and police. We do anticipate that they will move again. And if I just pan off again for people to get a sense of how close we are to Parliament now. It's right there. Police are advancing again. So we're going to move back and get in behind the protesters here.
Okay, David,
on the backtrack.
don't you worry. We are keeping an eye on you and your camera. We just want you to be in a safe location while you are taking a breath and getting to a safe location. Let me bring in Murray Faulkner here. We've lost the transmission. Don't worry, that sometimes happens because these are cellular units that are being used, so sometimes they go down. We will keep an eye on that as well. Let me bring in Murray Faulkner there and get your impressions of what you're seeing from the ground from David and what maybe that loud bang might have been.
Well, he hit the nail on the head. A flashbang used by police on dynamic entries into buildings, where it gives off an extremely large sound and a flash that not only blinds you temporarily, but the sound deafens you. That's unfortunate to see, but the police would be ready for that. I would suggest Mr. Commons needs to get to a safer spot because he's going to be stuck in the middle. The police really have an advantage right now where they have a tall building on their left side. And,
that's the Prime Minister's office. Just to interrupt you there for a second, that is the Prime Minister's office. You see there, that tall building on the other side, as we are seeing from David and his crew. That's the Parliament buildings. You can see them as they're walking there. Sorry, Mr. Faulkner, go ahead.
Oh, that's fine. And you can see the fence on the right. So this is a much confined area than it was yesterday, where it was wide open and had a lot of ground to cover. So this really is a good position for police now to have and to make arrest. I would suggest you'll probably see in the background vehicles that will house arrested individuals. You can see there the tactical vehicles are moving up. So this is ground that the police have taken and will not be giving it back. And the protesters only have two things to do. One is to leave or get arrested. That's the options that are facing them now. As I said before, when the line stops moving forward, there's negotiations and trying to convince those people to leave. And if next time they move, they'll be making more arrests.
You make a very valid point. And in fact, let me back that up because Ottawa police have just sent out a tweet. Here's what that tweet says. Just minutes ago, protesters, we told you to leave. We gave you time to leave. We were slow and methodical, yet you were assaultive and aggressive with officers and the horses. Based on your behavior, we are responding by including helmets and batons for our safety. It goes on to read, as officers moved forward, the smoke you saw was not caused by police, but protesters. We urge protesters to remain peaceful and lawful. Now, I want to bring in, we also have Michael Kempa here with us. He is an associate professor for criminology at the University of Ottawa. Let me just, that was a very fast reaction by Ottawa police. That smoke happened not long ago, and that tweet went out immediately. What does this say?
Well, it says that the police were prepared for this possibility right from the beginning. I think everybody was, that there could be uses of incendiary devices and other weapons. We've had a lot to say about the perspective of protesters today, whether they're panicked or showing resolve, and I think they're split at the moment. But we have to look also, think about the perspective of the police in this. So imagine the adrenaline, the sense of being extremely on guard for your personal safety and those of officers around you. The level of training that would have to be involved in controlling those emotions and continuing to work in a methodical and controlled way is absolutely incredible. So we should not discount. Put yourself in those shoes, how you would be feeling, how difficult it is. If anything was going to go wrong with state response, it would be at this level of policing. And so far, it is a very disciplined operation, very impressive, in fact.
Okay, Michael Kempa, I know you have to leave us. Thank you for your time and your insights. We really appreciate it. Don't turn away, though, because we also have Murray Faulkner. He's a former London, Ontario Chief of Police. But I want to go now down to Thomas Daigle. He's just outside or beside the National War Memorial. You can see it there. Police have surrounded it. Thomas, what's happening on the ground there?
We're seeing some protesters either being pushed back or arrested. I can't quite make out from where I'm standing, but just in the past 2 minutes, there was a secondary, smaller standoff between police and protesters here at the National War Memorial, and police have again cleared this area. I wouldn't want to... let's try if we can just move closer here while we've got you. Are you able to come down?
We're staying with you.
As the police line is moving back, this was sort of occupied by protesters just a couple minutes ago, and we've seen officers clear this area as they have continued to march forward on Wellington, and now they've cleared this area around the National War Memorial as well. Let's perhaps just stay here behind the police line, as we've been told to do several times here. Police have now cleared this area as well, and we're just being told to stay here. But as you can see, this is not a straightforward operation. Police are sort of looking to see if there's anyone in this tent, this small encampment by the National War Memorial. They're not allowing anyone to stand around here. This is not a straightforward operation clearing just Wellington and the area around the Chateau Laurier, but there are other smaller encampments nearby, and this is part of that police push forward to clear the entire downtown. Looks like they're not wasting any time.
Absolutely. We'll stay with you, Thomas. Catch your breath there. We are now back in front of the Prime Minister's office, where that is directly in front of the Parliament buildings, where we see a very large police line that moved very quickly from the Chateau Laurier up to that spot. You see it now. It seems that they are remaining in that position currently. They moved up there very fast. It took a matter of minutes. We know that there has been one arrest. There was a device that was set off by a protester. That person was taken down, clearly arrested. We see now, look at this shot. This is from our Turgot Yetter. He is there. These are the horses that were in the protest last night. Those are returning back to the scene. I want to bring in Murray Faulkner again. He's watching alongside with us. When you see the horses come in as well, we heard a lot about that last night. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, it's no surprise. We saw them yesterday. Police are going to use the resources that they have on hand and use them at the appropriate time. And so one needs to be prepared for anything, and having the mounted unit back is just another signal that today's the day, the dance is over.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Faulkner. Stand by with us. I hope you can stay by. Give me a thumbs up if you can. That would be wonderful. You're giving us some really good background information. Right now, I want to go back to David Common. He is in front of the Parliament buildings, in between the Prime Minister's office and the Parliament buildings, where police are again having a standoff with protesters. Protesters are continuing to gather in front of them. They have been warned repeatedly that if they do not leave, they face arrest. It seems like it's a little bit more aggressive today. Let's bring in our colleague David Common, who's there on the ground. David, what's the feeling? We see one protester right up against the police line right now.
Yes, Hannah. I mean, I can see that. I'm just directly below the camera that you're perhaps on right now. I can tell you that this is a very large police presence. We know that there are multiple law enforcement agencies operating in Ottawa, but this is a considerable gathering all at once. Ottawa police are on the very front line in those reflective vests, but in behind them, there's also tactical teams from Ottawa, the RCMP as well, and some of their tactical vehicles. As they have advanced, you see submachine guns that have been used, particularly as they move past vehicles they don't know whether people are inside or not, presumably. The key here is that, as you're seeing in some of these pictures, the police are now really just about, frankly, 5 meters away from the first vehicle that is parked here, and then you get into the trucks, and then you get into much tighter quarters. So as they advance, if they advance, it will become a different dynamic here, because people will be, there'll be much less room to maneuver. Now, people can still spill into streets away from the Parliament. The question is, will they? Will these protesters make their stand and then presumably would at that point be arrested? But we are seeing some movement among these public order officers as they continue to stand where they are. You note that, yes, there have been instances where protesters have gone directly into the face of some of these officers, and they chant various things, including you shouldn't follow your orders, also that, we love you, I suppose trying to appeal directly to these individual officers. But this advance has continued, and it has, to this point, been very, very fast. We're now in a hold pattern, awaiting what comes next as they sort of expand their perimeter of areas clearly under police control. Do they now advance into the main encampment directly in front of the Parliament buildings? That's the question before us right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, there's also the street, Metcalfe Street, which is right by the Prime Minister's office. It goes down that street. Yeah, we can see it on a map, but I think they're also going to show us on the camera as well.
We can actually show it to you on the camera.
Perfect,
just in this area over here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
now
this is that Metcalfe area there. Yeah.
And that street is yet to be cleared, right, David?
That area has yet to be clear. Okay, police are now moving. So we're actually going to just pull our camera operator down.
Okay,
Osama, you need to come down, please. Okay, he's down, and we're just going to backstep here. So there you go. The officers have advanced and continue to advance. You see in that crowd, officers with batons. There's also officers with non-lethal options, including tear gas in weapons. People being pushed. The line continues to advance here, Hannah. And there are tactical officers in behind, armed officers, what you might think of emergency response team type of officers. So the advance is continuing now, Hannah, into the vehicle area.
Okay, David, you just let me know if you need to go.
Their police are now smashing the window of one of the trucks. They used a hammer to get in. And we're going to continue to advance back, so.
Okay, we're looking at that shot now. They're breaking the window of one of those transport trucks that remained parked in the area.
Yeah.
Let me take a breath for a second, David. Make sure, are you good to stay? with us?
We're good here. We're good here. We will have to get ready to move back again, but yes.
Okay, you keep filling us in on the ground
At
there.
this point, many in the crowd yelling, but they're continuing to smash the windows. Over here, you can see them smashing the window of a vehicle using a crowbar to do that. Looking inside at what might be, what, if anything, is inside, including is there an individual in there. So that may be the order of the day. As they move into the vehicles, you're going to start seeing advancing. Inside that big rig, it's not on our camera shot right now, but those tactical officers have gone inside. If there's anybody in there, I presume they're going to be trying to get that person out, but I can't quite tell at this point because it is happening inside the vehicle. So again, when police move, they move very quickly, and then they halt. They've moved up about 10 meters, and it's interesting that they actually are putting what appear to be nail beds into the vehicles to ensure that if someone starts to drive, that all of their wheels will be blown out. Hard to see on our camera just because of the snow and all the activity, but it's the RCMP tactical team that is moving through. It's actually quite something they're not able to get into this window of this particular vehicle, but I think they've gone in through the other side by the looks of it, Hannah.
David, let me give you a chance to catch your breath for a second. We'll keep your shot up. Tell Osama he's doing a wonderful job down there. We are appreciating all your work. Let me bring in Murray Faulkner to kind of talk us through what he thinks is happening on the ground right now. Murray.
Well, first of all, as the police take more ground and they move the protesters past vehicles, the police have to take control of the vehicles to ensure that A, there's no one in there, and B, if there is someone in there, they need to arrest them. If the vehicle's locked, it makes no sense to me why you would have a $300,000 rig and you want to let the windows get smashed. Leave the vehicle unlocked, at least. And so this is what's going to happen. As they keep moving forward, any vehicle in their way, they will secure that vehicle to ensure, A, it can't be moved. So whether a spike belt is laid down or another means to stop the vehicle. I will say that the windows of vehicles, the easiest window to smash is the passenger rear windows, because usually they're not double laminated. So as you can see, there was some difficulty in smashing the driver's window, because obviously that has a double laminated glass window with a plastic material in between the two windows.
Things I didn't know.
Well, so obviously the police will methodically keep moving. How does this get resolved, Hannah? The point is, all these people are going to have to be arrested. The police aren't just going to allow them to keep standing by and being pushed back. Eventually, mass arrests will have to happen if they continue to congregate in this area.
Okay, Murray Faulkner, hopefully you can stick around. We are going to go now to Thomas Degg, who's over at the War Memorial, where let's bring us up to date over there.
Yeah, in the past few minutes.
Not only if they leave their trucks there, they may get damaged because they have to go in and search them, but they're going to get towed. But more importantly, they're going to get seized, and they will no longer have access to their vehicles. This is their livelihood, and they're seeing that real possibility now because of the excellent police action moving in like this today, that they're bailing after 22 days because their vehicles could possibly be seized as a proceed of crime, as indicated in the new emergencies legislation. So this is a good sign that these vehicles are now finally leaving. That should hopefully deflate the other demonstrators, and you're seeing a lot of them actually start to leave the downtown core, which is a positive thing. So I think this is a good sign as well as far as how these events are unfolding today.
Okay, I want to bring in my colleague Thomas Degg, who's doing a fabulous job in the downtown core there. Now, that is the area where we saw lots of, children at one point. There were puzzles set up. I think I even see a little truck there that kids play with. There was the bouncy castle. There was the hot tub. There were pigs being roasted on a spit. Thomas, what are you seeing in that location now?
Police are on a megaphone right now saying in both official languages that protesters need to leave, or I believe the wording is now, or you will be arrested. We are on Wellington, just adjacent to Parliament Hill, as you say, Hannah, where these big rigs have been parked for the past 3 weeks, where there's been a bouncy castle and weekend parties. The interim police chief of Ottawa said that this weekend would look much different, and indeed it does look very different. If we could just pan over here, big rigs were parked in large numbers. Some are still parked here, still blocking the way, despite police orders to leave repeatedly. We have seen a number just in the past few minutes of big rigs pull out. They've been honking. They've been cheered by protesters. There is a whole lot more room to move around here than there has been for the past 3 weeks. But still, protesters just hanging around, having a coffee, despite the repeated order from police to leave or be arrested. One thing we have seen as a recurring part of these protests, both in Ottawa and in Windsor, is protesters live streaming everything. They have a deep distrust of the media, and they live stream everything to their Facebook followers. As you are seeing now here as police move in. Police also on horseback just down the street. You might not be able to catch that. We're about a block away. But if you're hearing protesters boo, it is directed at those mounted officers who just moved in just a block away. The operation continues, but a bit of a standstill here at the moment as protesters are being directed to leave, but still just standing around.
Okay, Thomas Dagg, great work on the ground there. I want to bring in now my colleague, Ashley Burke. And Ashley, just tell us where you're located and what you're seeing.
Well, Hannah, right now we are on Wellington Street on O'Connor, and as you can see behind me, there is a new police line here. They are squeezing protesters together. This just formed. You can hear over the monitor. Listen to this. You'll be arrested. Anyone found here will be arrested. They've been slowly moving their way up and pushing these protesters together. We have seen trucks pulling out of here from this direction. They were doing donuts with smoke around them, coming out one by another as protesters waved and cheered as these trucks peeled out. We've seen at least 5 this morning leave this area. I want to show you one more thing going on right now. This direction, we just heard everyone yell and start running and booing and saying that the police horses were coming. This is a tactic that started being used yesterday. It looks like it's going to be used again today to try and disperse the crowd. It's something that protesters here have been upset about. One more important thing we saw this morning was someone being carried out, a female demonstrator being carried out in severe pain. People were hauling her into a tent just down the street there, and she was upset, crying. It was very loud and chaotic, and we asked demonstrators what happened. They started screaming in the camera, saying that she was, quote, shot in the face with tear gas. They were upset that had been used, that kind of method. We did look off in the distance, and we did see that there was a lot of smoke in the air. So people here this morning coming up to our cameras very upset with some of the methods police are using today, a more aggressive approach that they are taking to try and clear this crowd out. But they have seen multiple trucks move this morning. And what you're looking at right now is this line of police moving forward. You can see there are tactical officers also here on site. Look at that. They're moving a little bit forward now, getting closer to these demonstrators who have been yelling at them, saying that they are not going to leave. And look at, they're moving quicker than we saw yesterday, the pace much faster. They've been really focusing on giving demonstrators a back door to leave this area. So the back door no longer is down where they're standing, but behind us on some of these side streets. That's where they're hoping people will exit. You can see everyone's got their cameras up.
Ashley, what's
liars.
What's interesting?
Instead of you asking me questions, you lie.
Okay, Ashley, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let you go. It seems that you have to get to a safe location. I just want you to take care of yourself. We are looking now at a shot of a protester who has their hands in the air. Clearly, let's remind people these protesters have been told to leave the area. Standing there is not a good idea. I want to bring in right now Charles Bordelot, former Ottawa Chief of Police. Mr. Bordelot, what we're seeing now, it seems, is that police are coming in from both ends of Wellington Street, and now there are becoming very limited exits for these protesters.
Yeah, it sounds like they're going to be using, I don't know if it's O'Connor, to allow them to exit as well. They will always leave them an opportunity to safely exit this area. But at some point in time, the goal is to get them all through. But at some point in time, certain individuals will be eventually arrested. And I heard the report of tear gas. If there hasn't been the use of any tear gas at all, it would be very evident if tear gas was used, and that is something that is used as one of the last resorts. There was most likely a distraction device used earlier on to disperse the crowd a bit, which causes a bit of smoke, but not to the extent of what tear gas can do.
Let me give you an update on that. It's, again, very quick response from Ottawa Police on Twitter. Ottawa Police are saying on Twitter just minutes ago that protesters continue to launch gas at police. Police response will be with the public and officer safety in mind. It goes on to say one protester launched a gas canister and was arrested. Police response will be with public and officer safety in mind. Police remind protesters to remain peaceful. So again, very quick response to try to ensure that the messaging stays crystal clear out there as protesters try to spin it in their direction. The Ottawa Police are making it clear that they did not release a gas canister or any type of smoke bomb of that sort. They're saying it was a smoke bomb from the protesters. And Mr. Bordelot, do you want to jump in on that?
Well, I'm really pleased to see them do that, because in this day and age, misinformation is problematic, and they're trying to be as transparent as possible as to what they are actually doing minute by minute, and contradicting or correcting any misinformation that is appearing on social media and live media, which is a good thing to do in order to make sure that the public knows exactly what is taking place.
One of the things we heard earlier was that loud explosion. It was when David Common was down towards the Prime Minister's office, and I'm looking at the tweets from Ottawa Police, and they're again informing the public what that was. That loud noise you heard was from officers on the line, and it was used to resolve an unsafe situation. Can you dig into that a little bit more for us, Mr. Bordelot?
Now, whether it's because the crowd around that area may have been more aggressive and condensed, so they may have wanted to use a distraction device to disperse and cause some unknown element so that the people would move back quicker. I'm speculating, but that would make sense unless there was another reason why they would use that type of device.
Now, I want to bring in Murray Faulkner, too. Murray Faulkner is the former London, Ontario Chief of Police. We're fortunate to have two former Chiefs of Police with us to help us through this very dynamic situation that is occurring live on our screens. So it's so helpful to have you explain what's happening for us. We're looking at a line of police again. You were saying, I think it was you earlier, Mr. Faulkner, saying that they make a move and then they take a breath. And at that point, they're reassessing. Go through that with us again.
Sure. Well, first of all, it's to give the officers time to, quote, catch their breath. It's time for the commanders behind the line to assess next move, and the command center to make a determination of how they want to move the crowd. I want to thank you, Hannah, for reading out the text from Ottawa Police, because you had a reporter say that the police actually used tear gas, and this is a prime example how information gets twisted quite quickly, where people say things that is not substantiated, and so when you're covering a live situation like this, it is so important to be as accurate as possible, and of course your viewers can actually see the police have not, that we've seen, used any kind of tear gas at all. I will say, though, that today is a bit different in which the dress of police officers. Most of them you can see around their knee a bag. Well, yesterday there were many officers that did not have that, and that's tear gas masks. So they've come prepared for this, and they know that this may be a use of force option that they'll have to use today.
And we can tell that, the posture has changed. Am I right in calling it that? The posture has changed with officers today as opposed to yesterday? Mr. Faulkner?
Well, yes, it's changed because they realize that the group of protesters has changed today, and that the tactics used yesterday will not be as effective as the ones they've used today, i.e., the large batons that they brought out first thing this morning is definitely a psychological effect, as well as an instrument to be used to move people away. So there's a number of things that are different today. The bottom line is, regardless, is that the safety of the protesters and police is paramount. And so that's why, again, they're moving slowly, methodical, and are doing a proper police maneuver of public. Fewer egress for the public or the protesters to leave, but still they have an option to leave before they get arrested.
Okay, I want to show viewers a shot there just before I leave and hand it to my colleague, Michael Serapio. It seems that the police are even backing up at this point. Can you just explain that quickly for us, Mr. Faulkner?
Having a different tactic. They may be backing up, not necessarily to give up the ground, but to deploy some of those officers in a different area. I will suggest that they'll probably keep a minimum amount of police officers there, but they may be circling around to do another maneuver. So time will tell what will happen there.
Okay, this is live breaking coverage of police moving in to clear the downtown Ottawa of protesters into its fourth week of demonstrations. We see all the coverage here. I'm going to hand things over now to my colleague, Michael Serapio, and we will continue to have this live breaking coverage with all of our reporters on the ground, as well as Murray Faulkner, who's a former London, Ontario Chief of Police. We also have former Chief of Police for Ottawa, Charles Bordelot, and now I will hand it over to my colleague, Michael Serapio.
Hannah, thank you for that. And we do continue our coverage right now. The breaking story happening in the nation's capital as police move in on the second day and close in on protesters who remain on Parliament Hill and the surrounding region. Now, we will continue to bring you the very latest. Of course, the action changing very much so in the last couple of hours or so as police tactics took a big, huge step forward. In fact, they were able to push protesters away further down the street, closer towards Parliament Hill and away from the Chateau Laurier to the east of Parliament. And we're now looking down Metcalfe in Ottawa, another street that leads to Parliament Hill. And with that, as we track the very latest, let's bring in David Common, the CBC's David Common, because I'm going to switch over to Thomas Daigle, who is actually on the ground as well for us, one of our reporting team in the nation's capital. So Thomas, walk us through where you are right now, what you're seeing right now.
We're just in the shadow of the Parliament buildings here on Wellington Street near O'Connor in downtown Ottawa. Michael, where police have taken a few steps back. They had a line, a face-off involving police and protesters at this corner in the past few minutes. But as you see in the distance, police in those reflective vests have moved back. There are officers on horseback, and they have the military-style armored tactical vehicles from the Ontario Provincial Police and RCMP on the scene as well. This is the area that police have been focusing on for the past hours, pushing back the crowds of protesters from Wellington Street. And you can see off in the distance, there is a crowd of protesters there, and there is another crowd here. And as you heard David Common report earlier, this has been part of the strategy from police, visibly separating groups of protesters instead of having protesters continue to move in the area and potentially outnumber the officers. Now they've spread them out, and maybe I'll just try to jump on this pile of snow here to get a better vantage point. The crowd, had dwindled earlier, but I would say there are a couple hundred protesters still standing around, waving Canadian flags, facing off with police who have repeatedly, over the past half an hour at this corner, gotten on the megaphone to say in both official languages, "Leave now or you will be arrested." Protesters, you may have seen them here, holding up a photocopy of what appears to be a legal document or the Constitution. In any case, people have been repeatedly pointing to legal documents here, claiming that this is a peaceful, legal protest. They've said all week and since they parked their big rigs here that this is safe, a good family environment. But ask the neighbors, and they would disagree with that. Police as well. Police who have and government authorities, both here federally and provincially, declared this an illegal protest. And you can see off in the distance, I believe police are pushing protesters back once again. Where we're standing, it is a standoff between police and protesters. There's a distance now, about a half a block between where the protesters are standing, where the police are lined up. We haven't seen many arrests up close today. I saw one earlier when we saw a protester ignite some sort of device that lit a small flame and then a burst of smoke. Police took him down very quickly. But the main operation here has been to divide the protesters, has been to push them back where from this area of downtown Ottawa where they've been firmly entrenched for the past 3 weeks. It is Saturday. Many people off today and coming in, joining in the crowd. We saw this a week ago in Windsor. I was there when, despite the police operation, despite the threat of arrest, protesters kept arriving to join the protesters who've been entrenched for the past 3 weeks. There is the repeated threat of arrest here from officers, and we'll see what their next move is. As we say, they have retreated slightly, if only to deploy officers to other parts of downtown, perhaps. But the crowd of protesters appears to be growing at this hour, actually, Michael.
So certainly something that we're going to be watching as this day goes on. If it is growing, of course, that is the exact opposite effect that police are hoping to accomplish on this day as they move in on the second day of action. Thomas, we'll speak to you again a little later in the program as we take a look right now at some of the protesters as they stand against the police line that is currently holding its ground but has been moving in throughout this morning. Now, as we take one more skyline view of what is happening in the nation's capital, let's go now to David Common. As I said, we have multiple reporters on the ground for us today. David Common is joining us once again right now. So, David, I hope you can hear me right now. Tell us where you are and what's happening around you, please.
Yeah, Michael, I want to take you through what we do see and what we don't, because both are actually very interesting. So here we are on, again, one of the front lines. There is not just one, but this is one of the front lines involving police and protesters. Now, what we don't see is a large number of protesters, and that's because as they have carried out the operation today, they've actually moved people out and separated them into smaller groups. It becomes easier, I suppose, for police to manage at that point. So one thing that we have not typically seen is more police than protesters. We are seeing that now, that there is a very large police presence. If I look up this building here, he's just tucked away, but there have been police spotters on top of that building. Of course, that building is the Prime Minister's office. Now let me take you through what we aren't seeing, and we're going to go in the other direction here for a moment. And that's because this wide open space, this morning it was full of trucks. And they're gone now. We saw a number of them pulling out. This as police moved, very quickly through this area. And what they have been doing as they move up there is smashing through the windows of trucks, of campers, of other vehicles, gone inside, taken a look at whether there are people or things in there, tactical officers moving through. And what you do see is this sort of committed group of protesters continuing to clap and chant and sing "O Canada" and chant freedom, sometimes very, very close to these public order officers. I keep getting told, don't call them riot police, although that is a term that more people will be accustomed to. They are branded as public order officers, and they are in their helmets. They do have batons. It's hard to see through these front lines, but they have black batons. And someone earlier was describing that, that is actually something that we didn't see in earlier days. We can push through just very quickly into this front line just to give you a sense of what it looks like. But you do hear people yelling and asking the police protesters asking the police to stand with them. Now, what we continue to see here is that the police hold a line and then after some interval of time, they very rapidly move forward. They have at times used what seem to be flash bang grenades, which don't, not really supposed to cause harm, but they are supposed to distract. It's a very loud noise, a very big bang, and they have used that on at least one occasion, it would appear, to move people through. A lot of the support structures that we saw here, kitchens, places where people could get soup, other supplies, the police have moved through those. Those were in tents and other structures, and the police now essentially control that ground, and it appeared they were dismantling some of it. You can expect that the heavy tow trucks, some of which came from the Ottawa transit system, OC Transpo, we can expect that they will likely be brought in to pull some of these vehicles out that are now behind the police perimeter. If you look a bit further in, you do get the sense that the police are ready for whatever they need to be. And, again, it's hard to get up because we're just standing on snow, which tends to sink. But there's some. Okay, I think we're getting ready to move here, so we're going to move back. Yeah.
David, why don't you just get out of the way altogether? We're happy to just take the pictures and the sound right now as we take in the scene.
You can continue to stay on our... Yeah. So, Michael, it does give you a sense, when they move, there's a very, very quick command, and that they go. And that's happening now. Now, we've seen that at times they move about 10 meters up. That does seem to be the case, that they've moved about 10 meters up and now stopped here, holding the line. The line's continuing to move forward, moving backwards. If I point you over in this direction just very quickly, you see how, it really, people do get pushed back. And we can turn back to the line here, and you see that in behind me, someone's gone down very quickly, gets up, gets pushed by police. They continue to get pushed. And police are using those batons. These are Peel Regional Police officers in one area, Ottawa Police in another, RCMP beside them. So you get the sense of how there is a large interagency operation here. We are basically passing center block of Parliament here now. I would not have predicted that this would have gone as quickly as it has gone. I think there was a sense that it would take more time to clear this crowd, but with the removal of those trucks by drivers, big rigs that have actually taken them out, it has made it easier to move, and they're continuing to push through now past some of these support structures, Michael, that have been used to provide supplies to trucks that are now largely gone. I'm just gonna be quiet here for a second, just so you can take it in.
Fair enough.
You fucking shit!
You see that?
Piece of shit! You fucking Nazis! This asshole pushing me in the floor! Guys, help us!
We're going to keep listening and taking in the scene, but I do want to quickly apologize for some of the... Excuse me, David. I do want to apologize to people at home right now who may be hearing the profanity. Obviously, that's something we cannot control, but we do want to take in this scene right now. David, I'm going to ask you to stand by for a sec. Let's take another look and a listen to what's actually happening. This is in front of Parliament Hill as police make their way down Wellington, pushing protesters back away from their positions. Let's take a listen again.
Okay. The only thing is that truck. So that truck they're going to have to stop for the truck.
Well, they'll push past it, then the tactical guys will just go in after it. Yeah.
All right, so this is our Osama. We got a clear runway back.
David, I'm going to jump in once again. I want to. Do you have any sense as to where they're trying to move protesters to? Obviously, they're moving west along Wellington, and for people who've not been to Ottawa, that's the street that runs on the southern border of the Parliament Hill complex. Exactly where are they trying to push protesters to?
So let me try to situate you here, Michael, for a moment. First of all, if you've ever visited Ottawa for Canada Day, like that center block right there, you see the fencing that went up a day or two ago, and those are Parliamentary Protective Service officers who are there behind yet a second fence line. So the protesters, had been all the way down to the War Memorial, which is, I'm just sort of guessing here, 300 or 400 meters down the road, and have been pushed and are again now being pushed as this line advances. There is another line of police that's only about 50 meters away from us. So I think the idea is that they're trying to push them off Wellington, down O'Connor, and just get them out of this area. They will likely smash the windows on that vehicle, on that truck there. They're doing it on the other side. In fact, right now, they're tactical officers smashing the windows. They'll go inside, look if there's anything. What the idea here, I think, is that we're going to try to get right back here, just so you get a real bit of context of it. But they're trying to get people to go down O'Connor, and that does seem to be happening. If we just sort of look down this road here, they are pushing down that road, getting protesters out of the way. So the police have, over the course of this morning, really taken control of what had been the main protest zone right in front of Parliament Hill, where it was 3 weeks ago yesterday that trucks moved in, parked here. Now police control that ground. The only thing that's left is in behind here, where there are additional trucks, but you see a line of police, and the idea is they're trying to get protesters to come down in this direction, which is where we're going to go to.
And for people to understand,
the protester to get off of the ground there.
Fair enough. And for people to understand, O'Connor is actually a north-south access point in downtown Ottawa from Parliament Hill, and it brings you further south down towards the Museum of Nature. And that's exactly the route that police are now is taking, as we heard from David Common. Police pushing protesters west along Wellington Street. That is, again.
When I say any breaks, I'm not referring to just coffee. I'm referring to even a washroom break. But today you see the fluorescent jacket people being replaced by helmet officers. And one of that is to give them a break, a physical and mental break before they go back on the line. So that's why you see a lot more movement of frontline officers.
Let me just jump in very quickly, Murray, and I take your point, but I just want to point out, if people are wondering what is happening there, yes, we are witnessing an arrest. You see there a number of officers, essentially, in fact, it looks like there's more than one person that they were trying to arrest there. It looks like two people are now apprehended. Murray, I apologize for jumping in, but I want to walk our viewers at home as to what's happening. But to your point, this is not necessarily a reinforcement we're seeing, but a changing of the guard when you see more officers making their way to the site?
Yes, exactly. Hannah made a point that she believes there's a lot more officers. I think that's more of optics, because we're in a smaller confined area, and therefore it looks to be more. I find it kind of ironic that a couple of 100 yards away they're debating the Emergency Act, but yesterday the same group wouldn't meet because of, quote, the emergency that was happening on their front steps. So it's a bit ironic. Only in Canada would you see something like this. The protesters standing there. The cellular business must be making a great profit today, because everyone seems to have a phone as well as coffee.
Well, let me pick up on that point, because as you know, there is a debate. You reference it right now, not only in the West Bloc as parliamentarians talk about the Emergencies Act, but there is a debate in this country as to whether or not this Emergencies Act is needed, whether or not this is an overreach by the federal government. What's your take? Is the Emergencies Act needed? Was it needed to bring us to the point that we're now seeing this protest finally breaking up after more than 3 weeks of an occupation?
Well, you've had many commentators that have given their perspective on it, and Chief Bordelot articulated yesterday morning quite eloquently. From my perspective, honestly, the Emergency Act has done nothing to a regular Canadian citizen. It hasn't affected anyone living in my city. it hasn't affected really many of the citizens in Ottawa. It has allowed the police to do a bit more work that they felt they couldn't do before. So this debate about the Emergency Act to me is a bit of a red herring. There was a issue by the provincial government declaring an emergency. The police finally got the resources to move in and move them out, and this protest will be over, I think, before the federal government makes some kind of decisions. So to me, it's a bit of a red herring about this Emergency Act.
Well, let's bring in some of the counter arguments to that, though, because, as we're seeing what's happening in Ottawa right now, as I noted earlier, this past week, we saw the protests and the blockades end in Surrey, BC, at the crossing near the Pacific Highway. We saw it in Coutts, Alberta. We saw it in Emerson, Manitoba. And particularly with Coutts and Emerson, it's been pointed out that those blockades, those protests were ended through negotiation, not the kind of police action that we're seeing right now in Ottawa. Is that a fair comparison?
Well, yes, yes and no. I mean, Coutts, Alberta was just one little road, and the same with the Ambassador Bridge. None of them had lasted 22 days with 400 trucks and 2,000 to 3,000 protesters a day. So, I mean, it's not apples to apples here, Michael. You've got two different, yes, it's the same protest, basically, but geographically and number-wise, it's totally different. And so police have to use the tactics that the geographical area gives them, that the protesters react to, and the law allows. And so whether it is in BC, Alberta, or Ontario, each situation is slightly different.
I also want to get your thoughts on the strategy being employed right now. As we have been reporting, we have seen this slow progress along Wellington Street further west. And again, for those just joining in, that is the street that runs along the southern portion of the Parliament Hill complex. They're now trying to steer protesters down O'Connor Street in the hopes of dispersing them. How long of a process are we talking about here? Is this truly an effective way, or is this just essentially opening up a situation where we might be playing a whack-a-mole game here where the protest pops up in different parts of the city?
Well, that's why I said earlier today that the citizens living in downtown Ottawa will see a higher police presence, whether it's today, tomorrow, or next week, because yes, it could be a bit of a whack-a-mole. I would think that these protesters, as the day progresses, as we saw yesterday, starts to thin out a bit more. They're going to, they've lost a tremendous amount of ground. There are no more big trucks that are occupied. The police have either seized those vehicles. They will be starting to be removed. And now the police will be more of a hold, I think. And so time will tell to see what the commanders want to do. But as you can see, they are well prepared by other uses of force.
Murray, thank you for that. You and I will speak again if you are patient, please, and stay with us. But we will connect with you again a little later in the program. But for now, our thanks to Murray Faulkner, former London Police Chief. Well, we also want to talk about the arrests that have been made so far, because 3 key protest organizers are among the more than 100 arrests that have been last report. We're also hearing of more charges being laid for one of those organizers this morning, and to tell us about those arrests and the organizers themselves, let's bring in the CBC's Natalie Collada. She's following this important part of the story for us today. So Natalie, bring us up to speed.
Well, Michael, I can tell you that court proceedings, the bail hearings for one of the organizers is ongoing right now as we speak. That is for Tamara Leach. She's told the court that she is willing to leave Ottawa though it would take about 5 days because she says she would have to arrange for a way to get out of Ottawa. She said she could not fly out because she does not have a vaccine passport. The judge, as well as the Crown and defense attorneys right now, talking about how much money they will put up for bail. $5,000 has been suggested, though that proposition has not been confirmed, nor has she been granted bail. However, she did tell the court if she were granted bail, she would not communicate, not support the convoy, either verbally or financially. She said she wants to, quote, go home. She has children in Medicine Hat, Alberta, where she is. Her husband, who is working as or proposed as what they call an assurity, so the guarantor of bail, if you will, talking to the court right now, saying that he was actually flown into Ottawa on a private jet. Being questioned about that, as of course that $5,000 bail proposition by the defense being challenged by the prosecution as we speak. But we also know that she's just one of the organizers of this convoy protest that are been arrested and have been charged. We know another very controversial figure within this group, Pat King of Red Deer, Alberta, is also been arrested. He is facing several criminal charges. Like Leach, they include things like counseling to commit the offense of mischief, counseling to commit the offense of disobeying a court order, and he is scheduled to appear in court. Now it's looking like Tuesday morning. That is the latest we are hearing. So he will be in custody for the next little while. Leach, who was arrested on Thursday, as I said, that court hearing going on now to determine whether or not she will be released on bail. Another organizer, Chris Barber, has been released on bail. He has been told that he has to leave Ottawa within 24 hours. He has to leave the province by Wednesday. Barber is facing 4 of those criminal charges, the same that we are seeing with the other organizers that have been arrested. He also has agreed to a condition on bail that stipulates he cannot support the convoy in any manner, financially, verbally. He is also not allowed to assist others financially with the protest, except to assist them leaving the city. And if that happens, it has to be through his own pocket, his own funds. In that respect, he's also not allowed to contact the other organizers that are now have been arrested, being King, being Leach, just for example. So that is just
quickly, Natalie, and I apologize.
Yeah, some of the 100 people, Michael, that have been arrested. 21 vehicles we know have been towed so far.
Natalie, thank you for that. The CBC's Natalie Collada. And with that, I do want to bring now Ashley Burke to the program once again as you watch CBC News Network, as we watch again the second day of police breaking up the protests in Ottawa. And we broke through Natalie, Ashley, to get to you, because right now there is some action in your area right now.
Yeah, Michael, I'm at the corner of Bank and Wellington Street. This is another point where police are moving in and moving forward. As you can see, right in front of us is the police line, just right there where you see all of those demonstrators lined up. Every 10 minutes or so, they have been moving themselves a little bit forward. Now, take a look behind them. You can see that on back behind them, there are police on horses. They have been moving forward as well. This is a method that's been used over the last 2 days that protesters have been upset about. Now, to the right of that, you can see that there is a tactical unit, tactical officers that are standing up on the side here. To just give you a sense of some of the police operations here. Now, behind us, look how much space they have to go here. Right behind us is, Tony's just going to show you, there's a barricade. Okay, people are moving.
No running. Hey, we're going to the right.
So,
guys,
we're just going to move out of the way here.
Ashley, do what you need to do to stay protected. I believe, and we need confirmation on this. I believe that some pepper spray has been used. I don't know by whom.
Yeah, there was some pepper spray used, at least on one person earlier that we saw in the snowbank just behind us. And other people are right now, take a look at this. On the snowbank here, you can see people trying to put snow in their eyes to clear their eyes out. So you're right, it does appear there's been some pepper spray used. Look at this person here. He's got his hands over his eyes, trying to walk. Looks like he cannot see. People are trying to help him behind this snowbank here that they're kind of using as a protective area. Police do not have much more space to go to take back this spot. They do have a blockade here, so there's not a lot of movement, but we're seeing many people coming out of here. We are seeing tear gas, we are seeing pepper spray actually sprayed in the crowd there.
Yeah, we
Police
just
said
saw
that
a
they
very
cannot use
close view of that, Ashley. We just saw a very close view of that as they're employing right now this pepper spray. And sporadically, not consistently, but sporadically, we know, as Ashley's been telling us, people have been affected here. Ashley, can you describe again, where exactly is this police line in relation to Parliament Hill, in relation to O'Connor Street, where they're trying to corral the remaining protesters?
Well, we're just to the west of O'Connor Street, where we were earlier, just in front of West Block. So we're really close to Bank Street here. That's where we're standing on the corner of Bank and Wellington Street. So this is another point, the other side of.
He sprayed me in the face and left with my husband. You need to tell the truth.
What happened? What happened? What happened to you? Got sprayed?
Yes, I did get sprayed.
What
You know,
happened?
they took my husband when they sprayed me in the face. They took him, standing beside me.
Was he arrested?
I don't know where he is. I can't find him, and I'm not telling you anything else.
Okay, Ashley, thank you
Gives you
for
a bit of a
that.
sense of the emotion here on the ground from some of here.
Well,
Don't listen to her. She's turning off her mic. She's lying.
And I have to say, Ashley, obviously that's one protester who says that she was sprayed in the face with pepper spray. I want to, again, describe for people the overhead view that we see right now, because you see there the police line on Wellington making their way further west towards O'Connor, where they're trying to corral people. We have seen pepper spray used, but also we are now seeing, it seems, more protesters making their way towards that police line. Now, they may have been further dispersed back. This is probably not an addition of people making their way into this red zone, but they have moved now closer towards the police line. Ashley, from your vantage point, do you see people moving towards the police line as well?
We do see some of that, but the police line, look at in front of us, it's actually on the sidewalk now. So there's a tent behind them. That's where someone this week was serving hot chocolate, and there's someone was making soup in those two tents, the blue and the black behind us. This was a main area throughout the past week where there was food served. Now we're seeing police on the other side of that. So they've broken up on both sides and are moving forward. And to the left of us is Parliament Hill. So you can just gives you a sense of how close we are to Parliament Hill up here. That's the West Block.
Okay, Ashley, listen, get to a safe position. We're going to come to you again a little later in the program, but we're going to stay here looking at the images right now. Again, this is the second day of police actions as they try to break up the protest that has essentially occupied the southern portion of Parliament Hill and parts of downtown Ottawa for 3 weeks now. This is the fourth weekend, but as Ottawa police promised yesterday, this weekend would not be like others, and in fact, that is what we are seeing. The protesters being broken up more and more, and also being pushed down Wellington Street, their base camp, if you will, for these many days now. And I want to read here to you the latest tweet that we're getting from Ottawa Police, because we have been reporting about the number of children that have been brought to the protest and occupation site for these many weeks. And the Ottawa Police are just tweeting out, once again, we are seeing protesters bringing their children to the unlawful protest site. This is a reminder, if you bring a minor, a person under 18 with you to an unlawful protest site, you may be charged and fined up to $5,000 and potentially spend up to 5 years in prison. A reminder from Ottawa Police to get the children out and to disperse the parents who have actually brought them to this protest. Now, we'll keep our cameras here. Again, you're watching CBC News Network on this Saturday, watching right now the police action to break up protesters on Parliament Hill. And I want to bring back to the program once again Charles Bordelot, former Ottawa Police Chief, now public security consultant. Charles, thank you for being with us again. We see now the police in some instances using pepper spray. What does that say to you about where we are right now in this operation?
Well, from what I could observe, Michael, is that obviously the police are trying to gain some ground and pushing back that line of demonstrators. And they received some forms of aggression from the demonstrators. So at some point in time, their safety was at risk, so they deployed pepper spray. And you know what? I shake my head as to the reaction of some of the demonstrators saying, "Oh, they actually pepper sprayed me." Well, and they have horses out there. What do they expect the police to be doing in order to finish this and end this demonstration when they have constantly been aggressive and refusing to leave. The multiple attempts and pleas of the police service for them to depart voluntarily, yet they refused. So the police are forced to eventually having to use these types of tactics in order to force them to leave or end up arresting them. And I'm seeing a number of arrests now being made. And what I'm also observing is once that individual is arrested, the professionalism of the men and women of these police services continues. They're very carefully taken care of and brought back to their transport vehicles. There's no aggression whatsoever being demonstrated by the police officers who are under a tremendous amount of stress. I see all the aggression and the frustration being exhibited by these demonstrators that are still refuse to acknowledge that this is over and they need to leave.
Well, we certainly this past week have seen almost if you use the carrot and stick metaphor here, we've seen the carrot in the early days, and now, if you will, this is more the stick as the police, starting yesterday, really moved in on protesters to break up the occupation and the camps that have been set up for over 21 days. Talk to us, if you will, Charles, because I think it's worthwhile to remind people, what have Ottawa police done up until this point in hopes of getting protesters away from Parliament Hill without resorting to the action we're now seeing?
I would say from day one, they've been messaging and telling them leave. And in the past 3 days, they actually went out and delivered individual flyers to each and one of the demonstrators to clearly outline what the consequences were of them making a decision to stay. They did that twice. They continued to message it. And even yesterday during the police action I was doing, they constantly were telling them, please leave, please leave. You may be arrested. So there are so many steps that have been taken by the police service and the community to tell these individuals, you are not welcome here. It's illegal. Leave this area. So now you're seeing where the police now have been forced to take a more aggressive posture in order to really clearly demonstrate that this is over. And you're seeing a number of arrests being made, which is unfortunate, but that's the reality of what is taking place. And I go back to as well what Interim Chief Bell said, that this weekend will be different from the other weekends that we've seen, and the community may see things that they have never seen before. And I go back to my 35-year policing career. The last time I saw officers come out in this type of posture with helmets and batons I believe it was the G7 or G20 when President Bush, George W. Bush was in town, and there were some extreme groups that were very violent and caused some concerns in our city. That is a long time, and that's a long time ago. So this is unusual for Canada. This is unusual for Ottawa, where Ottawa is the site of hundreds of demonstrations each year, whether it be at Parliament Hill or at different embassies that are in our city. But you have never seen this type of posture, and it is because of the deliberate actions of these demonstrators that the police service has been forced to utilize these types of tactics and this different type of approach in order to safely as possible end this demonstration.
Mm-hmm. To that, I want to get some particulars from you, because there has now been a perimeter, a red zone, if you will, a no-go zone established around the Centertown area of Ottawa. Walk us through what that means and how it's being enforced.
So there's two perimeters that have been established. One is the red zone, which is the very small downtown core area where it is prohibited from entering. So anybody in that red zone there is subject to arrest because it's been deemed an illegal demonstration and occupation. There's a further perimeter that's been established outside the city limits, which controls main access points into the city's core area. And these are hundreds of checkpoints that are staffed by officers who will stop each vehicle, pedestrians, and ask them what their purpose is to come into this area. They need to reside here, they need to have a business here, or they need to have some legitimate purpose from attending here. Those who decide to come to Ottawa for the sole purpose of coming to support this demonstration here will be turned away and could be subject to arrest as well if they continue to force themselves into that outside perimeter.
The other question I had for you has to do with the current strategy, and that is to essentially push people away from Wellington Street, just south of Parliament Hill, and down O'Connor Street, moving them further south. How far south do they want them to go? Is this a dispersal policy? Is this just to contain them?
It's a dispersal strategy. You will not see them. They're trying to shrink the perimeter as well, but you will not see the application of the kettling method, because that is deemed to be very dangerous, as we saw in the G20. So there will always be an outlet for individuals to voluntarily leave or to escape. So they're trying to reduce those types of perimeters in order to make this demonstration end. The danger will be, is you mentioned it before, you don't want now to displace the protests in another area. So they will do everything they can to try to end this demonstration by forcing them to leave the downtown core, or by arresting them and physically removing them to the processing center.
You know, you mentioned the fact that Ottawa is a city that sees several protests every year, and of course, that is understandable given that it is the nation's capital, given the number of embassies in Ottawa. But I'm wondering if there needs to be a future conversation about Wellington Street itself, if not portions of Metcalfe and O'Connor and certainly Spark Street, because these are easily accessible routes for anyone. Public transport goes up and down Wellington Street every single day. People use their vehicles to get to the Rideau Centre along Wellington Street. Do you think going forward this will be a street that needs to have further restrictions?
Well, those conversations are already taking place with respect to further extending the parliamentary precinct zone, which now ends at Wellington Street. So to include Wellington Street as in effect part of the parliamentary precinct, especially because you've got now more offices with the government. The Prime Minister's office is across the street at O'Connor. You've got now the Senate for the time being that's at the Confederation, the old Confederation building. So it has grown in size. The challenge is that this is a very busy street. It's a major arterial for buses and vehicles going over to the Quebec side on the Gatineau side. So they would have to have a significant change in their traffic management plans in order to divert that traffic, and they wouldn't want to divert that right into the downtown core. Although I agree that there's an opportunity to further restrict access to Wellington Street to protect the Parliament buildings, people will still come down to Ottawa to protest at the seat of Parliament because it is the nation's capital. So where will they then go to demonstrate? And if it's a pedestrian area that's allowed, that's fine. But then you've got the vehicles as well that you're going to have to deal with. But it's certainly a conversation that will undoubtedly continue and take place to see what physical changes need to be made to the downtown core to ensure that this type of event does not take place again.
Charles Bourdelot, thank you. We'll speak again later in the program, but for now, thank you for your comments. And as we say thank you to Monsieur Bourdelot, we continue to see the scene right now on Wellington Street. I'm Michael Serapio. You're watching CBC News Network, and we continue to bring you live coverage right now on the second day of police action as they try to break up the protests and the occupation that has been taking place on Parliament Hill for more than 21 days now, 3 weeks now to its fourth weekend. But as Ottawa Police promised, this weekend very different than the weekends we have seen prior, where there has been almost a party-like atmosphere as people in downtown Ottawa have complained about the torture of the noise and the horns blaring, and of course many concerned about the occupation that was stretching out for days. But we're now seeing this police action, and to talk about it, we're reaching out once again to Michael Kempa, who is a criminologist with the University of Ottawa. Michael, thank you for being with us again today. I'm sorry, is Michael there by any chance?
I'm here.
Oh, there we go, Michael. Sorry, we had some audio issues. Good to have you on. Thank you for being with us again. Listen, let's begin with a broad stroke here. How are you feeling? What are you thinking of as you watch this police action, again, go into a second day to break up this protest?
I'm very, very surprised by the pace Today, much more has been accomplished by lunchtime here than I had expected would be accomplished by the dinner hour or even the evening. The police have been able to move very quickly, and I think it reflects that there are a far larger number of people who were shocked by police action yesterday than we had expected. When the police moved, there was a bit of disbelief amongst the unified group. They began to sort of separate into a very fearful, surprised group and a smaller group that was showing more resolve. The resolve group does not seem to be expanding. It seems to be a very fearful group, and that's why the police have been able to take so much ground in such a short period of time.
Beyond that, though, do you really think police had any other option but to move in more forcefully on this Saturday, given that they promised that this weekend would be different?
Well, the weekend has already been very different. One thing that I'm very encouraged by is we had no major influx of more casual supporters on a weekend for the first time in 3 weeks. So this is already a major change. The police are moving quickly. I don't think they'll be motivated to move simply to make a point or to show citizens that they were able to do it in a very short time frame. They just wouldn't take that risk to make a point. They're going to move deliberately. If they have an opportunity to press forward quickly, they certainly will. It would just be an added benefit if it was over more quickly than anybody expected.
Talk to us about the charges here that people face, because we're now looking, obviously, at protesters who have not dispersed, despite the fact that police have been sending out these education pamphlets, had been warning them that they do face arrest and or fines, even imprisonment, if they didn't leave the area. So talk to us about the charges, the remaining protesters, and those who've already been arrested. What do they actually face?
Well, the leadership has mostly, the main charge, there's been a few, but the main one is counseling mischief. Mischief is a lot more serious than it sounds, or it can be. It's a huge range of offenses that have to do with damaging property, preventing people from making ordinary use of public space and operating businesses, and it can be very minor. And it can be major. If you cause a lot of damage to property and really stymie the ability of a lot of people to go about their business, it becomes a very serious charge. It can be an indictable offense, in other words. It can carry a hefty prison sentence. It's unusual in many cases that the judges go that far, but in this case, it's very possible. Then there's issues of perhaps assaulting police officers, concealed weapons, issues of resisting arrest. The police will not be motivated to pile charges up on ordinary protesters, but certainly those that are displaying violence will have a greater range of charges. It's very serious. They'll never be able to go into the United States again, for example.
Michael, I'm going to pause our conversation for a moment here. Do stand by. I do want to now go back to the streets of Ottawa, go to the CBC's Thomas Daigle, as he is covering for us everything that unfolds right now. Thomas, where are you at this point? What are you seeing around you?
We're on Wellington Street at the corner of Bank Street, just adjacent to Parliament Hill, where police have pushed back protesters all the way back here. Keep in mind, this is the spot where for the past 3 weeks, big rigs have been parked. This has all been cleared out over the past few hours. Sometimes some of these truckers have left of their own volition. Some vehicles in the area have been towed, but mainly over the past few hours, we've seen truckers pull out of their own volition, and even the so-called Freedom Convoy 2022 Twitter page putting out a message on social media telling all the truckers, everyone involved here now to clear the area of big rigs. So this is where the police line has ended up. There are still probably a couple hundred protesters at this street corner holding the line, as they say, in some cases waving Canadian flags, booing the police, yelling obscenities, chanting freedom in some cases. This is what it's come down to. There is no expectation from anyone here who it remains here that they will not get arrested if they remain. Police have given them several warnings time after time for the past couple of days. And again, today over the megaphone several times, you've probably heard it in our coverage, telling anyone here, all the protesters, if you are still here, and they're repeating that right now, please leave the area. If not, it's no longer you may be arrested, you will be arrested. And We're hearing cheers now from the crowd. I'm not sure what that's in reaction to. They're chanting freedom again. This is the cat and mouse game that we've seen since early this morning. It was a quick advance from police, which seems to have stopped at this street corner. I can't quite see the line of police as there's a group of protesters standing on either a concrete, what appears to be a concrete barricade that police put up over the past 24 hours to stop traffic from entering. And this is where the crowd is remaining. They have said time and time again that they're a peaceful group and they have the right to be here, but police disagree with that and are moving them back now to this corner of Wellington and Bank. And there's an expectation, you get the feeling that police are going to move again momentarily here.
Well, as we keep our cameras on the situation, Thomas, I do want to remind people that we are trying to bring to them the best information that we have as it unfolds. Certainly, we're monitoring a number of different social media channels. We are monitoring police lines as well as they explain to us what's happening, and our reporters are essentially frontline eyewitnesses to this history unraveling in front of our very eyes in the nation's capital. You know, Thomas, as we continue to look at Wellington Street, I don't know if you can give me this clarification, but originally they were trying to move protesters down O'Connor. You're now saying that they are moving them towards Bank Street. Does that mean then that they have divided the protester group, one down O'Connor, one down Bank?
Yeah, it seemed that way. O'Connor is that way. We can't see it from where we're standing, but yes, it would sound correct. It sounds right that they have indeed split the protester groups into two. There was a loud group on Wellington. Well, for the past 3 weeks now, they'd been blaring music, and just about where we're standing, just on this, right around this block, is even just yesterday. I was reporting from here. They still had a bouncy castle set up. They had a stage and loud music, and in fact, just today, as this police operation has heated up, the Twitter page again for the so-called Freedom Convoy 2022 has announced that the entertainment that they had planned for today on stage has been canceled because of what you see here, because of the police operation clearing out what has been long deemed an illegal protest. So protesters have been split up, waving various flags here, Quebec, Canada, and it's a standstill at the moment, but we have seen throughout the day, ever since police began this quick succession of pushes, we've seen that these standstills don't last very long. Sometimes police move back, regroup. Sometimes there's a change in the officers. Sometimes they've brought in the mounted unit with horses. So we're waiting to see what the next tactic is going to be. A lot more aggressive police tactics that we've seen since last night, particularly since this morning, compared to what many neighbors here say has been inaction for 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Listen, Thomas, very quickly, I also want to comment from you, if you will, some observations about the weather, because it seems that the weather has taken a turn for the worse right now. Walk us through the conditions that you're having to work through, the conditions that police are having to work through, and the conditions which these protesters are still bearing as they refuse to leave the area.
There was a heavy snowfall here on Thursday night into yesterday morning, so you still see banks of snow, and as protesters have been pushed back by police, certainly we ourselves, I can tell you, have been, in some cases, sort of falling over these banks of snow. It's not that slippery. It doesn't seem to be icy at this point below the snow, but again, snowflakes are again falling at this hour. Michael, it's a bit breezy. There have been some squalls with reduced visibility, but at the moment it's just bitterly cold, and pretty much what we've seen in terms of weather, a bit of snow and wind and cold, what we've been seeing for the past 2 days.
Thomas, thank you for that. Appreciate it. The CBC's Thomas Daigle in Ottawa. We see there once again the scene on Wellington Street, police on horseback making their way towards where protesters have now been pushed. Now, that said, and this is just breaking, we're going to have to get some clarification, some confirmation here, but I do want to read to you. This is being sent out by Stephen Hoff, and he says that organizers are breaking up this convoy protest, now calling for a full retreat. I'll read for you their statement of intention. Quote, "The Freedom Convoy 2022 is shocked at the abuses of power by the law enforcement in Ottawa. The police have horse trampled on demonstrators and deployed riot control agents. They have also beaten peaceful protesters with batons and with the stock of their guns. We have therefore asked our truckers to move from Parliament Hill to avoid further brutality. To move the trucks, it will require time. This has been communicated with Ottawa Police, and we hope that they will show judicious restraint. The truckers are moving, and the use of more force will only be used to punish people and not to preserve or establish order. Again, that is a now message from the Freedom Convoy. And I have to say, this is just now on social media. We need to back this up, get some clarity around it. But I'm hoping to get some early reaction. So I'm going to change plans here to our crew in the control room. I'm wondering if Murray Faulkner, former London Police Chief, is still on the line. Murray, I'm hoping you're there. I read that statement of intention now from this so-called Freedom Convoy. Your reaction to what they're describing as police brutality on demonstrators in Ottawa?
Well, you know, it's a day late and a dime short. What they said, the truckers are going to leave. They've already left. And as far as police brutality, listen, this is the minimum amount of force that has been used by public order units in major protests like this. So, you know, I understand that they have a perspective and a slant that they want to put out, but the public can see, you can see, that it's being handled in a very professional manner. I will say that I think there has been a certain smugness amongst Canadians as we look January the 6th at what happened at the state capitol to our neighbors to the south and thought, you know, something like that would never happen in Canada because we're so much better. But you can see that there's not that much difference between actions that happened in the States and what's happening at our capital. And that we must remember that even though what started out as a freedom convoy and a protest against vaccinations and mandates, we have to remember that the manifesto talked about none of that. In essence, it talked about overturning the government, removing the government, having this Governor General remove the sitting government, and the truckers or the protesters being in charge of the government. Well, folks, this is not a society that is going to be very beneficial if ever that happens. And so one has to remember in context everything that has happened in the last 22 days and not be dissuaded by some other documents that may come out on public media.
Mm-hmm. And just some clarity there, it was our Stephen Hoff, our producer in the Parliamentary Bureau, who sent out that statement. He did not write the statement. It is from the so-called Freedom Convoy. So, Murray, as we see that right now, I also want to note the fact that Ottawa Police have also said that they are essentially putting up their taxes because of the behavior of those protesters that they observed yesterday. Talk to us about the protesters who do remain, because we know that many did leave. More than 100 arrests were made, but many other protesters left on their own volition, seeing what was taking place with Ottawa Police. Talk to us about the protesters that are still standing their ground and what that means or how that would influence the kind of tactics police would have to employ at this point.
Well, I think we've said this before, Michael, that the people that are left are the hardcore individuals. If you can remember what you saw yesterday along the lines by Shadow Frontenac, there were far more females in the line. But today, there's far more males that probably are more physical with the police, are more confrontational with the police, and therefore police tactics have changed slightly. And so rest assured that the police will use as minimal amount of force as is necessary. Capsicum spray or pepper spray is not nice, but in fact will only be deployed if there is some resistance or assaultive behavior by the protesters. We have seen that quite clearly yesterday and today. I also say that that really there's nothing left to prove by the protesters staying around. Although they're getting national coverage by this, their points have been well made, and they do need to go home, get back to life, and go back to work.
And I also want to read for you here a statement. This is from Ottawa Police. They sent out on Twitter, Murray, and this was just a couple of minutes ago. They said, quote, protesters continue to be aggressive and assaultive on officers. They are refusing to comply with the orders to move. You will have seen officers use a chemical irritant in an effort to stop the assaultive behavior and for officer safety. So that goes to your point as to what's being deployed here. Listen, Murray, I'm going to ask you to stay where you are. I'm going to pause our conversation as well right now because we have our David Common, who is in Ottawa on the ground right now covering the protests. David, let's go to you right now. What's happening around you?
Yeah, so we are on Kent Street here, Michael. People who've been to the nation's capital who live here will know it as the artery that runs down towards Wellington, where much of the occupation has been. Now, the area I'm standing until, frankly, seconds ago, there was a truck right here. It has moved back to this area. Other trucks have been moved out and are leaving at least the downtown core. Where they're headed, that I can't tell you. Are they leaving altogether? Are they going to another area where they would regroup? But you see, here's another truck. We'll just step out of the way because it's backing up here. I want to get out. So Ontario provincial police officers have actually been around here and they are taking license plates and other information from these truck drivers as they are clearing out of the area now. That some of these trucks have been here for all of those 3 weeks. And so if I bring you here, you see the Ontario Provincial Police taking all these details about these trucks. They take down license plates and other information, and by doing that, they're able to identify the owners of the vehicles, potentially the drivers of the vehicles, and that helps them with understanding who has been a part of this process. We have seen that repeatedly over the last 48 hours as some trucks have left this downtown core area, police taking all that information. Now, of course, we also know that because of the power in those Emergencies Act, there's all those financial instruments as well, and this would give them the power to impact them. If I look in that truck right in the window, it says Nova Scotia, here for the long haul. Well, let's see if that truck is here in an hour, because a lot of them are now, in fact, leaving. There are suggestions that over the next hour that a number of these trucks could leave. We'll only, know when we actually see it. The actual police operation has actually been happening on the other side of these barricades that were put in by the city of Ottawa some days ago. So Wellington Street up there on the other side of those police cars, that is where we saw a large amount of that police activity earlier in the day, pushing that crowd back. And there continue to be large numbers of police officers up in that area, face to face in some cases with protesters. But the crowd, while still sizable in number, is not what it has been. The bridges into Ontario from Quebec, just on the other side of the river, they've been shut down. And so it is harder to get into this core, and the protest crowd has been dispersed more. People are not all in one spot. And so that changes the dynamic here. I see people are shoveling, cleaning up the streets that they've been in, and we've seen quite a bit of that. Stay out of her way while she's doing that. But you also, I would take a look. This is, when you think of the signs of the occupation, all the areas that have been signed, all the trucks that have been, all the people who have come and signed in this area, gives you a sense of, the movement that has been here, the movement that has been in this area for 3 weeks, and continued people who are remaining here in the streets, even as that police enforcement operation continues to push.
To that, David, yes, people are remaining. I'm wondering if they've talked to you or said anything to you to explain why they are not leaving despite the ongoing warnings from police services?
Well, the area has been declared a no-go zone for a number of hours, and so people who have said they would stay have stayed. However, as police have got closer, just before police, got to a number of the trucks, that's when you saw some of those trucks leave. So they were here up to a certain point, and it was the very last second, frankly. That's when we saw some trucks leaving off of Wellington. the police who were smashing windows of trucks that stayed, they have not come up on this position yet, but they're frankly just about a block and a half away. And so could easily come here as we start to see movement, as we start to see areas clearing. These trucks aren't necessarily leaving altogether. I look at that truck, for instance, it hasn't left the downtown, but it is uncorking the streets. And that would conceivably allow vehicles once again to come down into this area.
David, thank you for that. Appreciate it. The CBC's David Common in Ottawa as we continue to follow for you the very latest on this second day of police trying to break up the protesters who have occupied the Parliament Hill precinct just south of it on Wellington Street for over 3 weeks now. This is, again, the second day of this police action. You're watching CBC News Network, and I'm Michael Serapio. Well, as we track this, I want to bring into the conversation right now the CBC's Hannah Thibodeau. Of course, Hannah was anchoring earlier this morning, tracking all of this unfold. Hannah, I think it's worthwhile, as we are watching very closely what is happening here, I think it's worthwhile to go back. Walk us through what happened in the early morning hours, because as I said, you were anchoring the earlier portions of News Network today. Walk us through what happened, because a very different police tactic being employed on this Saturday than the one that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I would say so. Yesterday was slow and methodical, and you hear that quite frequently yesterday when it came to how the police were maneuvering this situation. It started over by Ottawa University. There are trucks that were there originally blocking that exit, getting off the highway and heading into the downtown core. That's where they began their operations. They started arresting people. Then after they got that cleared out, they took evidence and eventually got tow trucks to move those vehicles out of there. Then, once that was clear and they were going to move to the next section, they learned lessons from that. They moved on to the next section, which was really another place that trucks had dug in, and that was around the Rideau Center. And it was a weird experience to walk through that. There were a lot of trucks parked every which way. There was music blaring. They had fires going, and once they got into that area, they did similar things. It was slow. It was methodical. They pushed the crowd back. They made the arrests for people who wouldn't leave the vicinity. And then again, it was getting those trucks to clear that area. Then they made it up to the Chateau Laurier. That was last night, where you did see some interaction between police and also with the protesters there. This morning, when they started to bring in the bigger police force and start to move again, at that point you could tell there was a difference in tone when it came to, you could see they had the face shields on. They were carrying also the batons. They weren't using the batons but in hitting people, but they were using them to push people. It was a different kind of maneuvering with the protesters, showing them, okay, we told you to leave. How many different times? And finally, again this morning saying leave or be arrested. And even the tone in the police messaging was a bit different this morning as well. So then you could see the massive buildup of police. And what we heard from the two chiefs that we have, talking us through all of this is that essentially they're in an area that is more confined. And this gives the police a little bit of strength, because you have a building on one side, you have a fence on the other, and people can't really disperse out. It's pushing them back and continually pushing them back. Then they started to pushing them down the side streets as well, still giving them that option to get out of the city. They have told them, and you hear it on the speakers, get out if you do not want to be arrested. And they continually do that. And as these police lines continue to go forward, what we see is there's usually a little bit of a break. They kind of regroup, regather. And we heard that from Murray Faulkner, that, they have to have a time to rest as well. And then they continue to push forward. But what we're hearing from police on the ground, we heard from the interim chief of police that this is now a 24-hour operation to get this done. And you can see this morning that things are moving a bit more quickly when it comes to pushing those protesters back so that they can clear those areas, get the protesters out, and then also get the trucks out as well.
You know, Hannah, as we continue to have this conversation, I think it's really worthwhile to once again situate people who don't live in Ottawa or are not very familiar with Ottawa. You and I have spent years there, but this is now the no-go zone. Talk to us about the secured area, Hannah, and what police are doing with it.
Yeah, so that is the secure area. When it comes to coming into the downtown core, as I have to do to come to work, you see that secure area. It's about 3 kilometers squared. In that area, you cannot get off certain exits to the downtown core. In fact, the police have them completely blocked off. There are only certain exits you can get off. When you get off at the exit, you have to tell your reason why you're coming down into this area. In particular, if you're coming into the red zone, you have to show your ID, you have to tell them where you're going, you have to either live or work in this downtown core. If you are a protester coming with your vehicle, it's just not going to happen. But you still can come by foot because we have seen an increase in protesters over the course of the morning. This morning, there was a few scattered protesters. The numbers, as you can see there, have seemed to have grown quite extensively throughout the morning. There are 100 checkpoints in that area that people must go through. And you can see again, Michael, I'm just watching the police there in that line, and protesters seem to be pushing up against them again. It seems to be a lot of pushing back and forth at this time, and we have to keep a close eye on that because police have come in, they are prepared, they have given them sufficient amount of warnings to get out of the downtown core. For the past couple of days, they've been handing out flyers, and if you weren't handed a flyer in your hand, it was being put on your windshield. We have seen some trucks leave the downtown core this morning, and I think they took the warning quite seriously when you started to see some of the authorities breaking windows, going in, pulling people out of those vehicles if they were still in it. If not, pulling out some of their, making sure that it was clean and that there was nothing that could harm anybody in that area. So some of the trucks did leave, but clearly some people are coming in on foot to still take part in this now defined illegal protest.
You know, very quickly here, Hannah, because of course we're keeping a very close eye on the protest, but what's not so obvious is what's happening on Parliament Hill right now in the West Block, because they are at this point debating the Emergencies Act, as we know, invoked by the Prime Minister this week. It's now being debated ahead of a vote that was scheduled for Monday. Walk us through the issues being debated here and really what's at stake ahead of a vote.
Yeah, so this is really it's already in place. As soon as it was invoked, it is in place. But now is a vote. And what's important is that the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party have support from one other party to show that, you know, this was something that was reasonable. Right now, the NDP are voting in favor of this. That's what NDP leader Jagmeet Singh has said. And what the Prime Minister, the reason for doing this, he says he invoked it because the situation couldn't be dealt with any other law in Canada. And he defended, you know, he is the first Prime Minister to use this act. This act was brought in place in 1988 under former Progressive Conservative Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. What we heard from the Prime Minister is that, of course, this will be time limited and targeted as well as reasonable and proportionate. Well, the Conservatives definitely don't agree with that. Interim leader Candice Bergen, had pointed out that the blockades and borders at borders were essentially over before this was even invoked. So her question was, why do you have to do this? She called it a power grab. The Prime Minister did it for his ego, all of those types of issues. And that's the type of debate we're going to continue to hear in the House of Commons. The debate will continue tomorrow. That's scheduled from 7 until midnight. And now I do know for sure, and I did miss this, so my apologies, that the vote is still scheduled to happen tomorrow evening. I'm getting my days mixed up, Michael. It's just all blending together. On Monday, the vote will take place, and we do expect it to pass because the NDP is supporting it, or so they say.
Hannah, thank you. We will speak again. The CBC's Hannah Thibodeau in Ottawa. Well, again, you are watching CBC News Network. I'm Michael Serapio as we cover this second day of police action trying to break up the protest that has occupied portions of Ottawa's downtown core for 3 weeks now. This weekend was promised by Ottawa police to be different than previous weekends, and that is exactly what we're seeing. A police enforcement that started in earnest yesterday morning and has quickly moved on this Saturday to push protesters further away from Parliament Hill, further down Wellington Street, as well as removing vehicles and arresting more than 100 people at this point. Now, as we continue to watch what is happening, and at this point, it is a bit of a standoff here as police are standing there in front of the protesters. Again, this is Wellington Street, just south of Parliament Hill, and behind those protesters is Bank Street, one of the major, if not the major thoroughfare through the nation's capital. I want to turn once again to Michael Kempa, criminologist with the University of Ottawa. Michael, thank you for standing by with us throughout this day. I really appreciate the insight here. Walk us through what you're seeing here in terms of an escalation, if you will, on police action, because again, they have pushed the protesters back initially to O'Connor Street, this group pushing them back to Bank Street. So walk us through the kind of reasoning that police will take in terms of deciding next steps here.
Well, where the police are now intensifying their tactics, they will have calculated, both through observing the crowd directly and through aerial views with drones and spotters, that essentially the back of the embedded protest has been broken, and they are going to be pushing us forward as quickly as possible. If they find that they encounter a violent and very committed group, they will slow down, and that will change the rapid advance. But they must have calculated, based on viewing the crowd from above, that there does not seem to be a significant violent threat, at least immediately in front of them. So where there's disorder, they will push forward quickly because that's their opportunity.
Now, as I was speaking with Hannah, I'm sure you heard, there is right now a debate happening in the House of Commons in the West Bloc, debating the Emergencies Act that's been invoked by the Prime Minister in response to the protests, certainly in Ottawa, but in other parts of the country as well. I'm wondering what you think on that matter. Do you think we would be here at this point where the protest is finally being broken up, again, more than 3 weeks after it began, without the Emergencies Act having been invoked?
Absolutely not. I can be unequivocal. You would not see all of these different policing agencies on the ground enforcing Ottawa laws without the enactment of the Emergencies Act as quickly as it has happened. There has been no swearing in of other officers from Sûreté du Québec, Toronto Police, OPP as Ottawa actors. They can only enforce Ottawa laws at the moment because of the Emergencies Act. So this would have taken another 3, 4, 5, 6 days of logistically swearing in officers as temporary Ottawa officers. Right there, this is one of the major impacts of the Emergencies Act. The other piece of this is the police have not been relying on many extraordinary powers. As we've been saying, they're charging people with mischief or counseling mischief. These are ordinary criminal code offenses, and I believe that's wise because it will make court appeals much simpler down the road. The freezing of accounts, though, that has been absolutely impactful in terms of motivating people to leave. And again, we would not be here safely policing a thinned out crowd were it not for the Emergencies Act. Make no mistake.
Well, you know, to that point, I want to read here. This is from Marco Mendicino, the public safety minister, who earlier today gave an update. And he essentially said that financial institutions have frozen the accounts of at least 76 individuals linked to the protests, representing $3.2 million. How significant was this move by the federal government to actually go for the financial accounts of those involved?
Well, it's of extreme importance. It motivated a large number of people to leave, and it signals that there will be major consequences for this type of continuing to support this activity. It stopped donations essentially in their tracks at that time. The thing we have to understand, the Emergencies Act is simply not the War Measures Act. The War Measures Act, you flip a switch, it's on or off, and when you turn it on, it suspends everybody's civil liberties across Canada. The Emergencies Act does not work that way. It's an incremental act that works within the Charter, and the government takes existing laws, puts them together, and amps them up for a period of time, and it has only been applied to people who are either directly involved in the illegal protest or who are supporting the illegal protest. It has not otherwise affected Canadians across the country. A much better law than the old-fashioned War Measures Act.
Now, that said, as you know, there is a debate happening now in the House of Commons regarding that, whether or not it was the right thing to do, whether or not it should be approved, as it does require by its legislation the approval of Parliament within 7 days of its invocation. I'm wondering, though, Michael, at what point did this stop becoming a protest and more of a security concern that you think justifies the police action that we're now seeing?
All right. The protest action. All protests usually are a little bit illegal. They don't have permits and all of that. We tolerate it in a democracy. Once the protest took possession of downtown space, prevented citizens from exercising their rights to move freely through space, to live in a peaceful society. Once it expanded to include border crossings, vital economic links, destabilizing the Canadian economy. Once weapons were found that were tied to a very small stream of organizers around this protest. We shouldn't label them all in the same group. It became a national emergency because it threatens the political and economic stability of the country, and it was demonstrated that the ordinary mechanisms had failed us. Municipal, provincial, federal government mechanisms, police, intelligence agencies, with ordinary authorities, they had failed. The Emergencies Act is going to uncover why they failed through the necessary mandated inquiry, and we will fix the system so that next time we will not have to mobilize the Emergencies Act for the same reason. In that way, it's a self-correcting piece of legislation.
Michael, I want to thank you for the insight today and these past days of this protest. We will hopefully speak again a little later this afternoon, but for now, thank you, Michael Kempa.
I'll be back. Thank you.
Now, let's pick up the point on the Emergencies Act, because the government does insist that invoking it is the right thing to do, and it's having the desired impact, they say, on clearing the Ottawa protests. The Minister for Public Safety says he will not commit to an exact time when the act may be lifted, though. Take a listen to Marco Mendicino.
As we have said all along, we have taken the decision very carefully, very thoughtfully, and as a measure of last resort to invoke the Emergencies Act. It is time limited, it is targeted, and it requires compliance with the Charter to ensure that we are protecting the individual freedoms and principles and values that are guaranteed under the Charter, while at the same time enabling law enforcement to do the job on the streets, in our neighborhoods, at our borders, to uphold public safety. We will only use the Emergencies Act for as long as is necessary. I want to make sure that we take the advice of law enforcement. We're in routine touch with the Commissioner of the RCMP and with other members of law enforcement. We'll let them assess operationally, since it is their domain of expertise, whether or not they think the situation is in hand.
And again, that was the Minister for Public Safety, Marco Mendicino, speaking earlier today about the Emergencies Act. Now, MPs do continue to debate the act both in the House and virtually. Today, let's bring in the CBC's Hannah Thibodeau right now. She's tracking that part of the story as well as walking us through the protest itself. So, Hannah, let's get back to the Emergencies Act, again invoked by the Prime Minister earlier in the week. Walk us through the positions being stated right now in support, and again, the invocation of the act.
Yeah, I think we want to keep a close look outside too. Just on one of these cameras, I'm noticing, things I watched for this morning when these police start to line up in these certain specific ways. There's one camera where the protesters are really in the face of police, and it just seems like they may start moving at some time. So that's just a thought. But when we move inside the House of Commons, it's not, there we go, that's the shot I'm talking about. Inside the House of Commons, we do know that they are continuing to debate the Emergencies Act. Just look at that lineup of police there ready. But inside the House of Commons, some of the things that the reason why they wanted to do this and some of the powers that were immediately enforced, and we heard some from Michael Kempa there, but among the reasons given by the government for invoking this is because it risked the economic recovery and the ongoing economic security. So they were talking economy a lot, and in particular that had to do a lot with the border situation. The Windsor-Detroit Bridge, over $350 million goes back and forth over that bridge every day. They also say adverse effect with Canada's relationships with its trading partners, in particular the United States. We know that when this was happening, President Biden was on the phone with Trudeau, essentially saying, you need to fix this and you need to fix this now. And then when you look at situations like what we see downtown in the downtown core, the world is watching this. Let's be honest. We have seen and we've had multiple requests to be, a part of other newscasts right across the globe, from India to Britain to the United States. And we see them on the ground here covering this. We are a G7 country. This downtown core has been locked down for now 4 weekends. The Prime Minister knew that at a point he was taking blame for this, so he needed to take a handle of this. And that is, I think, one of the reasons, if you're thinking of the thought process as to why he eventually had to make a move on this, that is why it happened. Just look at that one shot too. I'm keeping an eye on all the shots. We see tow trucks coming into the downtown core. It's a high up shot. If you can see it in the control room, there it is. Those are now moving into, and I'm sorry to kind of flip back and forth on you, Michael, talking about a million different things here, but things are happening really quickly today. These tow trucks are now going in to clear out that section right in front of the Prime Minister's office, in front of the Parliament buildings that we have seen jammed with people, jammed with partiers, jammed with those trucks for 4 weekends now. Tow trucks.
And to that, as I jump in, it's interesting, Hannah, because of course you say jammed with trucks, but right now I'm looking at one cab, which means to say that for those who are just joining us, there has been a huge movement, not only of people, but vehicles away from the southern precinct of Parliament Hill.
Yeah, and let me bring it back to the Emergencies Act as well. One of the things that the Prime Minister had stated, also the Mayor, I watched on Power and Politics last night, saying that a lot of tow truck operators, before the Emergencies Act was implemented last week, they were not willing to do this job, and they were not willing to do this for a couple of reasons. A, they might have feared for their safety. B, they may have been sympathetic to the protesters down there. Under the Emergencies Act, they have to do this. They are compelled to go in and remove these trucks. They will still be compensated their fair pay for this, but they cannot say no to the job. So that was another part of the Emergencies Act, and just tying to those pictures there as we see some of these vehicles getting towed out of the downtown core. But when it comes to the Conservatives clearly said this was overreach. This is one of the things that they have been quite frustrated with the Prime Minister. They say it's it's dictatorial behavior. And they accused him of essentially jumping to use the Emergencies Act after failing to take action to address the demonstrators' frustrations, which really began, if you think back to when the truckers really started to get frustrated. It's when the Prime Minister and the Liberals implemented the fact that they had to be vaccinated to cross the border. That was so long ago. Now being in these protests for the past 4 weeks, their message completely got muddied. And then the Prime Minister said, I'm not going to talk to these people because they want to overthrow a democratically elected government. So these are some of the reasons that keep going back and forth in this debate in the House of Commons, and we'll continue to hear this over the next couple of days. But again, the vote is now still planned to happen on Monday evening. It will pass, and it will pass because the NDP are supporting it for that specific reason, saying that these organizers are saying that they wanted to overthrow a democratically elected government.
Hannah, thank you for that. Our Hannah Thibodeau in Ottawa. And you are watching CBC News Network. I'm Michael Serapio. As we continue to cover the second day of police breaking up the protests in and around Parliament Hill right now, breaking up the protesters that have occupied Wellington Street just south of the Hill for more than 3 weeks, although Ottawa Police did promise that this fourth weekend would be different than the past, and certainly that is what we have seen. Police moving in early yesterday and then stepping up their actions today, pushing protesters back well away by a couple of blocks now, forcing them off of Wellington Street and putting them down onto streets like the one you're seeing right now, Bank Street and Kent Street, as well as, and excuse me, I believe this is Kent, and Metcalfe and O'Connor earlier today. So we're tracking all of that for you today as police again try to disperse the protest that has overtaken the nation's capital for almost a month. And to that, let's go to Thomas Daigle right now. He is in the nation's capital, part of the CBC team right now, covering what is taking place. So Thomas, I know that things keep moving around the police positions, the protesters, and at times our own reporters. So tell us where you are right now. What are you seeing around you right now?
We're on Wellington Street, just near the Parliament buildings at the corner of Bank Street, Michael, and we're behind a barricade here so we can give you a really close-up look at the police line here. Protesters are up in their face, giving them all sorts of, well, you could call it feedback on the police operations today. But you were talking about the Emergencies Act and just the changes that has allowed in policing here in Ottawa, and just how extraordinary this is. Right beside me here, this is a Quebec Provincial Police officer. There's a line of Quebec Provincial Police with batons in their hand, side by side. Just down the way there, Toronto Police, stationed right here in downtown Ottawa, and behind them, RCMP officers. Yes, go ahead, Michael.
I'm sorry, let me jump in. Can you just turn the camera over to the police line again? Let's take a listen to what's happening.
Come down and protect all these.
Oh, you want to have a listen to this? Okay, let's. I mean, yeah. I'll let you listen, but be warned of the content you might hear.
But we're not. We are trying to have freedom in a country that this. I only watch on the news this happening. I never ever in my life thought I would see this.
Right, so that's the kind of feedback that protesters have been giving to police, in some cases booing police or chanting "shame on you" to officers as they've moved in, particularly with the mounted unit. But again, looking at the police line here, officers from the RCMP at the back of the line in military-style emergency response gear, ready to move in. And this is the kind of this is the kind of gear we have seen when police have been getting ready to push back protesters again. It's worth underlining once more that this is the part of Ottawa, part of Wellington Street, where big rigs have been parked for the past 3 weeks. You don't see any big rigs now because they have all been moved, part of this really quick push from officers over the past few hours to clear the downtown core. The operation that really began yesterday, but really pushed in a much quicker succession today. Again, to give you a sense of how protesters, once officers stop and line up side by side like this, how protesters get in their face. We've seen in the past few minutes one Quebec Provincial Police officer hold up a video camera and record pictures of the protesters on the front line. So, as a colleague, part of our security team, has pointed out to me, they're not just learning as they move in who is at the front line, but they are gathering evidence. In some cases, we've seen officers on rooftops keeping an eye on the protesters and who is in the crowd and what the protesters are doing. From my vantage point, I can see a couple hundred protesters. The crowd has actually gotten bigger throughout the day as the sun has come out and as protesters have been allowed to move freely through the downtown despite the checkpoints. So the tension is on here. Police are keeping a close eye on the protesters, but no movement at this moment. I would say that could change any second now, Michael.
Okay, Thomas, thank you for that. It's Thomas Daigle. And as we say thank you to Thomas, here now is a view from up above of that police line that Thomas was, where Thomas was reporting from. And you can see right now, this is the line that the police have been holding for about an hour. And this is, as we heard from Thomas, at the corner of Wellington near Bank Street. And from there, let's move to David Common. He is at Spark Street, the pedestrian mall in downtown Ottawa, at the corner of O'Connor. David, over to you.
Yeah, Michael, I can tell you that the protesters have been facing off on one side of this intersection. Now a second side, as these police officers in behind us here have just moved in. I believe those are the RCMP officers who have just moved in. On this side, what was Sûreté de Québec is now Ottawa police. They change shifts here periodically, and I think the logic behind that is it's cold out here. I actually don't know what the temperature is right now, but just in terms of the wind, which has really picked up recently and made it uncomfortable, and yet many people who have been here for weeks continue to be here for a long period of time. These police, the RCMP, now moving forward towards us, so we're going to move back here and create a little bit of a cushion. The idea is to push people back. There's a man over here who's got a dog, and the police are getting him to move back. So now, again, this is similar to what we saw this morning, where police move forward about 10 meters, hold, and then they wait for a certain interval of time. How much time? You don't know. Now, the big thing that we've been talking about, big difference from yesterday, not just the numbers of police, but the weapon systems that they have. So we did not see, for instance, wooden batons yesterday. They are out today. The Ottawa police saying that they are responding to an elevated level of threat among the protesters that they say they've asked repeatedly to leave and given the space to leave. Here we are. Some have left. We've seen, over the course of the day, vehicles that have left the main protest area in front of the Parliament buildings. That's literally right up there. A number of big rigs and other support vehicles, trailers, what have you, gone. Now we're also seeing trucks that are leaving Kent Street down the road or being moved off to the side, moving out. So there is movement. There are areas that either the police have cleared or police are there monitoring as they are clearing. Doesn't mean the entire city is clear, not by a long shot, but there is a big shift in what's going on. It's a mostly young crowd that's out here, and gives you a sense of just some of the things that are out here in terms of people and scenes, and of course, more police suddenly at this intersection. They just popped out of nowhere moments before we started talking to you.
David, thank you. And to David's last point, I'm going to ask our controller to take net 7 because we can see clearly another group of police officers moving into the area. Now, we need to be very clear. We don't know if this is an escalation of policing or whether or not this is a changing of the guard. As we heard earlier today from our police contacts, there was very little relief for police yesterday as they stood to break up the protesters and the protest lines. Many police having to stand out bearing the cold and not being able to do anything, for example, going to the bathroom for hours on end. So today there is a larger police presence in the city, although not necessarily all at once. And what you saw there might just be police doing a changing of the guard, but that is something that we're tracking for you as we take one more look at the police line right now on Wellington Street near Bank, where we were earlier this hour, speaking to Thomas Daigle. Now, as we continue to look at the scenes here of the police moving on, I believe we still have with us Murray Faulkner, who is the former London police chief, security analyst now. Murray, can you hear Michael right now? And
Go ahead.
Hi, Murray. Sorry, I believe we have you now. Walk us through at this point what you've been observing, because there seemed to have been far quicker action in the earlier hours before the 12 noon Eastern time hour, and things seems to have slowed down at this point. Would you agree with that observation?
Oh, of course I would. I think maybe the strategy for today, the big thing was they wanted to clear out. Is it Wellington Street in front of
yes,
Parliament
Wellington.
buildings?
That's correct.
Okay, so not being totally familiar with the area, but it seems to me that where the large trucks, the stage, the tents, and all that were set up is now under control of the police. So perhaps that was their main objective for today, and now they're just holding the line to see what's going to happen with the crowd.
Now, that said, the Ottawa Police have sent out another message again in bold red color on social media. Ottawa Police saying, demonstrators, you must leave. Anyone found within the zone will be arrested. Given that it's in full red, do you see this as a final warning?
Well, I don't know if it's a final warning. It's just a continuation of all the warnings that they have issued over the last 6 or 7 days. I will say that I think there is a sense among the commanders on site and at the command center that a clear message needs to be sent today so that tomorrow there will be fewer protesters than there was today, and that even though there are hardcore people within that crowd, they will be arrested if they resist movement by the public order unit. You know, it's interesting to note that what are they going to accomplish by staying there? Their point has already been made. The mandates are being removed slowly, and so if that was the purpose, then they can go home and be satisfied that maybe they succeeded. But obviously, that was not the intent. As I said before, I felt that many of these truckers were being utilized by groups that had alternative methods of being in Ottawa, or overturning the government, to anarchists, to people not wanting to live by the rule of law at all. And so I think that's what you're seeing play out right at the moment.
It's interesting because you seem to believe then that this is an operation that's going to last, at least another day, if not many days after?
Well, I don't know how many days it'll last, but as long as there's protesters there standing like that, as long as the police use minimal force and arrest infrequently, this could last several more days. I will say, though, to the citizens of Ottawa, specifically in the downtown, your area is being recuperated. You will not be hearing the sonic assault, as it's been described, by the large trucks anymore, and that businesses will slowly be able to reopen.
Murray, thank you for that. I'm going to ask you to stand by. We want to go back to our David Common, again, part of the CBC News team on the ground in Ottawa. David, something's happening around you right now?
Yeah, indeed, Michael. So you see the RCMP tactical vehicle that's coming in there. The Ottawa police were on one side, RCMP on the other. What's happened is the RCMP have moved through, cut the crowd, the Ottawa police going down that way. And so further efforts to disperse the crowd. That area down there now seems to be clear, that they are gradually pushing as they have off Wellington, the street that is immediately in front of Parliament. And so this push does seem to continue. Again, the same intervals that we've seen where they move and stop, move about 10 meters and stop. And as they move, just take a look at, this gives you an idea right here about, we don't need to get too close, but it gives you an idea of some of the things that the police face. Okay. So, when you talk about the arrests that have been taking place today, they have been taking place in moments like this, where people are in this no-go zone, protesters who have refused to leave and are caught up in this. This gives you an idea of the moments in which those arrests happen. Not to say that arrests are happening right now, but it is a gradual push. So I'll just, just to give everybody a flavor of it, it is a slow, and as the police say, slow and methodical move forward.
And David, it looks like, and correct me if I'm wrong here, are you on Spark Street right now, headed towards Bank Street? Is that what it looks like the movement is happening?
Yes.
Okay, so moving now east, and this is Spark Street, the pedestrian mall just south of Parliament Hill. Go ahead, David.
No, I was just going to say, we're talking probably about 100 people that are now in this group, that there were an additional, say, 50 or 100, and they have been separated off when the crowd was sort of split in two by that police move through the intersection. And you do continue to see just this gradual movement as police move through. Quite a bit of snow, quite a bit of wind that has picked up, of course, this afternoon, making it ever more uncomfortable for people to be out here. But, it gives you the sense, and you see rotations of these public order officers, that there are at times officers who are in place and they may be there for 30 minutes or 60 minutes and then they are replaced by another line and they move on and on and on. It is an operation that, although we're not moving at a huge speed here, the speed of this operation relative to the, inaction, I suppose you might call it, or very little action of the earlier weeks is quite striking because of how much has happened just since about 9 a.m. this morning.
David, I'm wondering what you're hearing from the protesters that are there right now, because, while they have been very vocal, and we need to note to people who are watching at home, we have heard profanity, which obviously we cannot edit out as we are watching this live event unfold. They do seem to move soon as police take their steps forward. So what are they saying to you about what their end game is right now?
Well, to be honest with you, a lot of them don't really want to talk to us, or if they do, they're accusing us of essentially being the enemy. Others are pleasant when we talk about the weather. I think what is their end game? In the case of some, it has been they have been arrested, and some want to be arrested. And others don't, but they're pushing the envelope as far as they can. And in some ways, this is similar to what you see in other, I suppose you could call it civil disturbances, where there are people willing to go as close as they possibly can. And then, okay. Yeah, so there's someone being arrested in behind us. So that's how it happens, Michael, that, very quickly someone will be just grabbed and pulled in behind the... Now, this is also, just as an aside, there's a woman with a pigeon on her head. Okay, we see everything here now. Woman with a pigeon on her head, along with public order officers. Can't really believe I've just said that, but in the midst of all of this, but the gradual push, steady, moving down Sparks. Now, what I expect is we're getting to the next intersection. I expect when we get to that intersection, there will be additional police officers blocking this crowd from getting back up to Wellington. It's the idea, again, push out, 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 out. There are mounted police up a block. They could be utilized, I suppose, if there was seen as a need to do that. Most of the officers here, Michael, are those carrying batons. But you also see, for instance, this officer over here, he's carrying a weapon that can be used for multiple things, including potentially, chemical irritants, as they call it, things like tear gas, and that kind of a weapon would be used on a larger scale. You may also see periodically fire extinguisher type of pepper sprays, but we've seen very, very little of that, all things considered, over the course of today. Obviously, I don't want to be immediately that close to these officers, lest they start grabbing others for potential arrest. And I mean, as you're seeing right now, there is constant streaming, live streaming by protesters, sometimes of media, sometimes of what we're saying, but a real desire, I suppose, of people to capture this for the various audiences that are supporting them or interested in their message or interested in just what's happening.
Well, and here you are, as you said, being brought over to the next intersection, and you see there David climbing over the barricade. So, David, listen, we're going to break away from you for a moment. Do keep your camera up. We'll keep bringing the images to our viewers, but you are watching right now CBC News Network, and I'm Michael Serapio, as we continue to bring you live coverage of the police as they try to end the protest that has overtaken the nation's capital for more than 3 weeks now, at this point clearing out most of Wellington Street just south of Parliament Hill. Now, earlier in the week, we saw the Canadian Civil Liberties Association announce that it will be taking the federal government to court over the Emergencies Act, and we do want to get some reaction to today's police operations from that group. Noah Mendelsohn-Aviv is the Executive Director of Canadian Civil Liberties Association. She joins us right now. Noah, thank you for being here. First and foremost, your reaction to what you're seeing in Ottawa today.
Yeah, the whole situation in Ottawa now and for the past few weeks has been very worrying, very disturbing, very painful. It's hard to watch these images. It's been hard to watch for the last few weeks. There have been some peaceful protesters. There have been some very serious disruptions, and there have also been incidents reported about racist and homophobic intimidation and harassment and aggression, and all of that has been very difficult. And obviously the violence and the threat of violence had to be stopped, and protest is very, very important to marginalized people, in particular to marginalized groups who don't have power, but that does not mean that it is a free-for-all. The Charter says that there are reasonable limits that can be placed, but it is painful to watch, there's no question.
Now, to enforce those limits, the government has invoked the Emergencies Act, and your group does take issue with that. Explain that to us.
Our concern is not with the government taking action. Our concern is with the fact that the government chose to use a massive excessive power that allows it to bypass the ordinary democratic process. Let's not forget that in decades, the Emergencies Act has existed. It's never been used before, but we have complex law enforcement situations that have had to be dealt with many times over the years. This is a very complex, very difficult law enforcement situation that can and should have been dealt with through democratically created laws, not through an emergency power, because nobody in Canada should get used to the idea that just because it's difficult means that we have to bypass democracy. And I would add to that the Emergencies Act itself tells us not to get used to emergency powers, that it should only be used in urgent and critical situations where there isn't a law in Canada or where the provinces don't have the ability to deal with a serious danger to life, health, and safety, or where there is a serious threat to sovereignty, territorial integrity, or the security of Canada, and only then when there aren't democratically created laws to deal with it. And we think what we're seeing here is a very difficult law enforcement situation that doesn't amount to a national emergency. There's one other piece to it that I'd like to add, if I can.
Of course.
The emergency orders that the government created, they didn't limit to Ottawa. And this is the problem with these very sweeping powers. The government gave itself these powers, or tried to give itself these powers under the Emergencies Act, and then created sweeping orders that apply across Canada, saying nobody can go to a protest, nobody can travel in the direction of a protest that is reasonably expected to be disruptive. Well, disruptive protests happen all the time, and they are important and they are necessary in a democracy as long as they are peaceful, then they are charter protected, and so I think we need to understand that the difference between addressing this situation in Ottawa as a policing situation and sweeping emergency powers that should not be normalized and should only be pulled out in situations that actually are a national emergency, like a war where you have to bypass democracy. That's what's being contemplated by the Act.
Let me jump in there, though, Noah, because invoking it. The government pointed out a number of issues. First and foremost, they said that the blockades, and this is well beyond Ottawa, that the blockades at border points, and there were many for days, essentially threatened the economic stability of this country. And to that, according to the government, every day that those blockades were in effect, it affected the Canadian economy by millions and millions of dollars. Add to that, the federal government makes the argument that the ordinary mechanisms that would normally protect Canadians had failed, which, if you ask anyone who lives in downtown Ottawa, they were telling us they believe police had failed. They believe that intelligence had failed, and they were calling on some type of action to end this protest. How does that not meet the bar of what you say should not be invoked?
Yeah, and I think, again, it's very complex, but there's a difference between inaction or inadequate action and not having the legal authority to take that action. And what we're seeing is that legal authority exists. And when the government talks about the economy, let's not forget that workers can and sometimes need to go on strike. Protesters of all kinds for all sorts of issues protest and sometimes create blockades. And those are important and necessary things that happen, and a way in which people get their voices heard. And we do not want to see the Emergencies Act pulled out every time the government says, the police aren't acting or they aren't acting enough under laws that already exist. So we're going to declare it a national emergency. That's what we're concerned about. It's setting a very dangerous precedent. It is normalizing the use of emergency powers.
So had the Emergencies Act just been applied to Ottawa, would that be more acceptable for your organization?
We don't even, we're not in that situation, but I think that what we saw in Ottawa as well is something that is being dealt with as a law enforcement situation. And
except that we've spoken to former police chiefs who say, had it not been for the Emergencies Act, we would not be seeing this type of end of the protest. The suggestion being that what we saw in the previous 3 weekends would also be existing on this 4th weekend.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've had premiers across the country. let's not forget, first of all, the blockades, the other blockades across Canada you're talking about were taken down without the use of the emergency orders. They didn't exist at the time. They don't exist. Those blockades don't exist now. Second of all, the Emergencies Act is very clear on when it can be used. You had premiers across the country, 4 or 5 of them, I believe, who said, we have the power that we need to address situations like this anyway, even when the blockades were up. We don't need the Emergencies Act. We don't need the declaration of a national emergency to address what is going on here. And when the government says the economy, people's jobs, that's a reason to declare a national emergency, then they are
But again, it's former police chiefs. It's former police chiefs going back to Ottawa who says that without the Emergencies Act, this type of end of the protest, or what we're seeing right now the last couple of days, would not be possible. And that is more than one former police chief that we've spoken to. So going back to Ottawa then, how has the Emergencies Act not been used properly here, considering that the Ottawa Police was asking for help, and when you speak of premiers, the Ontario Premier has welcomed the invocation?
Yeah, I think this is exactly what we're going to court to determine. In our view, that those powers existed, and we have police that are capable of addressing it. And I think that what people are talking about in Ottawa includes what they many believe and many said was inaction, not lack of lawful authority. So this is a painful and a difficult day for all of us here. We're watching this. We've been watching what's been going on to the residents, and in particular to marginalized and racialized communities in Ottawa who have really suffered during these protests from some of the protesters. Some of the protesters came because they had a message and they wanted to support it. There is a whole mix of things going on here, but we are really concerned about using this kind of excessive national power across the country. And that is what the government did, and they did it for things that are outside of the scope of the Emergencies Act.
And I guess part of it, and perhaps be more direct about it, now that it has been invoked once, the concern is it will be invoked more times?
Absolutely. We've seen very, very important protests happening, right? From students taking to the streets for months in Quebec. We've seen people protesting for Black Lives Matter. We've seen protesters who are Indigenous land defenders, and many peaceful but disruptive protests. We do not want to see police and government authorities given powers through non-democratic measures or or bypassing the ordinary democratic measures, which is what the Emergencies Act allows, because all of this could affect the Canadian economy, all of this because it is so disruptive. So again, protest is not a free-for-all, and I'm not comparing the different kind of protests. I'm simply saying, yes, we are very concerned about the precedent that this is setting, about the normalization of the use of emergency powers. We should be freaking out when we hear that the emergency powers have been pulled out, because the Emergencies Act says we're not pulling out those powers unless it is a national emergency that we cannot handle. That's how we should react. This is a difficult situation, no question about it.
Noah, thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And that's Noah Mendelsohn-Aviv of the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. Now, with that, let's take one more look. Again, you're looking at Wellington Street, just south of Parliament Hill. You're watching CBC News Network as police engage in the second day of trying to break up the protests that have overtaken the nation's capital for weeks now. Let's return to David Common. When last we were speaking to him, police were moving protesters off of Sparks Street and further away from O'Connor. So, David, where have you now moved to?
So we continue to be on Sparks at Bank Street. This is the line that the RCMP Public Order Unit has now drawn, essentially a larger crowd here, and that they've pushed together two different groups. So if you look down here, you do see areas where there are others and many dozens, if not hundreds, of protesters who have come in this area. There's a fair number of people who have their own comments about what's going on here, but the police units continue to be here. Tactical units continue to be in this area, and vehicles have come in, been brought in to sort of backstop a number of the officers that are here. So you see this line of police. There continue to be lines of police further up on Wellington. What happens now is, the next question: do they again begin to push these people and try to get them further out? Not always clear to me what the police strategy is, but when they move, one thing that we have seen is that it happens very, very quickly when they move.
And when they move, David, do you know, are they trying to force them south on Bank Street or further along Sparks at this point?
Not entirely clear to me. If I look at the maneuver they did at the last intersection, they would have had officers on two different sides of the intersection, whereas in this case, they've only got them on the one side that you're seeing. Now, that could change, and it could change very quickly, as we saw at the last intersection, one away from where we are right now. It could happen almost instantly while we're here, but just up the street, where the wind is certainly really picking up right now, just up the street, you do have a large number of officers, and they can begin to push the crowd. The crowd is, it gets dispersed and then recondensed as they gather into different intersections, or are pushed back a couple of blocks and then regather into this area here. We did see, as they were advancing along Sparks Street, at least one arrest that happened at that point. I think I can't. It's hard for me to hear the crowd just with the earbuds in right now, but I think they're just singing of the national anthem, which we've heard many, many times over the course of the last 3 weeks, frankly, but certainly over the course of today.
David, thank you. We'll check in with you again as this day goes on. Or David Common in Ottawa on Sparks Street by the corner of Bank. And from there, just one block north, we're now taking another look at the police line as it holds on Wellington Street. This is just on the southern perimeter. You see there the fence of Parliament Hill, the complex itself. Police now on horseback enforcing this line as they try to clear away the street that has been used as a base camp by protesters for over 3 weeks now. And again, that police action beginning in earnest yesterday morning and continuing on this Saturday. Now, to discuss the very latest, we're joined in Ottawa by Bruce Pitt-Payne. He is a retired RCMP major crime investigator and trainer. He joins us right now from Maple Ridge in British Columbia. Bruce, thank you for being with us today.
You're welcome.
Listen, you're watching all the way in BC. What's happening right now in Ottawa? What goes through your mind when you see the police right now trying to break up the protest?
I can probably sense the frustration from both sides. However, I do have to say that the police have been very measured and proportionate to this point. But I have also seen an increase in the level of force that they deem required to end this.
Now, talk to us about that, because I think that's a very interesting logic progression, if you will. What are the factors that are brought into play when police decide to escalate an action, and perhaps apply that kind of logic to what we're seeing right now in the nation's capital?
Absolutely. So the very first thing I want to say is that there is a section in the criminal code that authorizes the police to use force in the lawful execution of their duty. And in this case, to make arrests, many have been for mischief, for example. So they are allowed to use force, but it must be reasonable. It must be only enough required to get the job done. It must be proportionate. And that's what I've observed so far. Is yesterday it was more a police line moving back, using their presence, using their communicative skills. Please move back, move back, move back. Today the tone has changed, but it appears to be in response to some of the information that I've read from, for instance, the Ottawa Police Force, saying that the crowd is getting more aggressive. I'm paraphrasing there, but they did use the word assaultive. And a general rule of thumb, and please, this is just a generality for the layperson, the police are allowed to use probably one level of force higher than what is thrust upon them, what is presented to them. So if people are doing what is reported, such as throwing objects at horses, using, and this is only, again, secondhand to me through different reports, using smoke bombs, doing things like that, pushing the police, trying to grab their weapons, which is another report that I've heard. If that is true, then the police are actually being very restrained still in going to the next level, which is you'll see that the public order unit is more present with the batons. Not necessarily using them for more than pushing, but they are there, and that sends a strong message that the ante has been upped by the protesters, and the police have to do their job, and they will escalate accordingly. And so far, I've seen nothing but professionalism.
Well, it's interesting because we certainly have seen an evolution these past few days from police officers walking through the encampment when it held on Wellington Street, distributing pamphlets telling people of the laws that they were breaking, and then now today seeing police officers with full helmets as well as protective vests. I'm wondering where you see this going right now, because for the protesters that are there, obviously these are the people that have not heeded the warnings of possible arrest and possible fines and prison time. So just exactly who are police now dealing with in terms of the type of protester that remains on the streets in Ottawa?
Yeah, and I always want to be careful, Michael. I don't want to have volatile language while I'm talking. But you will have probably some very hardliners. The hell no, we won't go, and probably should have said heck. Or you will have people that just don't get it, that there are clear orders. And another thing that's being exceptionally well done by the police is you'll notice they haven't stopped giving that option to leave. That this is still there. Their presence isn't now replaced in their communicative skills with the tactical units. It is supplemented, complemented by those units. So they're still telling people, get out of there, please. They don't want to arrest them. But they have to respond to the reaction of the crowd. So the crowd is either hardline or the crowd just doesn't seem to get it. Either way, there are going to be consequences, and I think the police are determined to move faster now than they were yesterday, as nightfall approaches too.
Although there might be a complicating factor, and I want to read you here. This is the most recent tweet from the Ottawa Police, and they are saying at this time, we are seeing young children being brought to the front of the police operation. This is dangerous, and it is putting the children at risk. Children may be taken to a place of safety. First and foremost, your reaction to people bringing young children to the front of the police line.
I try not to do too much other than my opinion, but Michael, it's hard as a human being, as a father, as well as a fellow Canadian, not to shake my head in disbelief and go, please stop that. We saw yesterday how easy it is when the horses come in to simply move people, that people, if they are in the way, it's dangerous. It is always dangerous in these types of situations. I shake my head in disbelief at this, and this will probably be the lasting impression that I have, not just as an ex-police officer and trainer, but as a human being, that get those kids out of there, please.
Now, as we watch all this unfold, there is actually not far from the image that we're seeing right now, again, Wellington Street in front of Parliament Hill. Just north of it, less than 1 block away, is the West Block. And that is where right now MPs are debating in person, also virtually, the Emergencies Act that was invoked by the Prime Minister earlier this week. Do you think that was, as some have suggested, an overreach by the government?
Big question for me to answer, and I'll try not to be evasive. There must be, and there will be an inquiry. It's part of the precondition of the invocation of this act. Did they have the tools, the police? Probably. Did they have the manpower and the coordination? I don't think so. It's really hard jurisdictionally to get everybody together and do this. But I hope you don't mind me at least just leaving it, Michael, with there better be a good look at this. I am on the fence. I don't know. But we are here right now. It is getting done, and I hope people do look at it.
Bruce, I want to thank you for the time. I really appreciate your insight into all this. I know you have another obligation, so thank you for staying with us as long as you did.
You're so welcome. Take care.
You too. That is Bruce Pitt-Payne, a retired RCMP sergeant and special crimes investigator who joins us in Maple Ridge, British Columbia. Now, as we continue our coverage right here on News Network, let's now go to Thomas Daigle as we look at that police line on Wellington Street. Thomas, that is where we last left you, and I believe that's where we're joining you once again right now.
Yeah, the line has not moved in the past few minutes, Michael. The only difference that I would report is the arrival of the mounted units, the police on horseback, who you see just behind the protesters there. This is... Anytime we've seen these mounted units arrive since yesterday, it has riled up the crowd. They have booed, and indeed that is what we have seen in the past few minutes. Sometimes it has been a precursor to police moving in more forcefully to push back the crowds. They have very quickly moved the crowds throughout the day here on Wellington away from the Parliament buildings very fast once they have started. And if that is the case, as we see the crowds come up the street here, come up Bank and towards Wellington at this street corner, you can expect that once the police move, especially with those mounted units, the crowd is going to move very fast. So just be forewarned if we have to move very, very quickly. I would just point out one thing that we have seen throughout the day here is having covered some pretty chaotic, what you might describe as a riot in Montreal over the years. What we saw from Montreal police at the time is a tactic called kettling, where police would get all around a block, city block, where protesters were camped out and facing off with police. And one by one, they would let protesters leave with a fine or a court summons. We have not seen that kettling tactic here, whether that is a directive from Ottawa Police because of the urban landscape here in downtown Ottawa, or whether they just feel that the crowd is too unwieldy for a kettling operation. We have not seen that, so worth mentioning. And if we just turn the camera around here a little bit, one of your commentators was mentioning how police have allowed any protester who wants to leave, they have allowed them to leave. So again, this goes back to this notion of kettling. There's nothing of that nature going on. If police suggest protesters want to leave and they keep repeating it, you can leave, but if you don't leave, you will be arrested. So anyone can still get out on foot despite the 100 or so checkpoints that have been set up over the past couple of days here in downtown Ottawa. I'm just going to turn my back to the wind here. A quick word on the weather, because it is playing a factor here as police respond to these protesters on Wellington Street, as we've seen over the past couple of days. It is bitterly cold, but the wind gusts keep coming up. Environment Canada Alberta has forecasted wind gusts of up to 70 kilometers an hour here for Ottawa today, which is just sort of adding to the drama that is unfolding downtown, Michael.
Okay, Thomas, thank you. We'll check in again. Our Thomas Daigle in Ottawa, as you see there on Wellington Street by Bank, as we look once more at the police line. It was behind Thomas, but from this bird's eye view, you can see them holding their position at this time. And with that, let's bring back to the program Murray Faulkner, former London police chief. Murray, good to have you back again. Listen, I want to begin here with the police line. Is this now a waiting game?
I think probably we're at a bit of a standstill for a while as the command center decides on what tactics. We saw this last night where around 3:30, 4 o'clock, really the police movement stopped and there wasn't any more moving forward. So this probably is a long pause to make a determination on whether they want to push forward more to try and disperse. Michael, if I have an ability to make another observation here.
Of course.
Every police officer that you see here has a full function in the community in which they police. Public order unit officers, that's not their full-time job. So if you think living in Durham or Peel or Toronto or in the rural areas of Ontario specifically, that this doesn't affect you, there are fewer police officers now in your city in the rural area than there should be. These are police officers that should be on patrol, answering calls, doing investigations criminally, and therefore aren't. And so this has an impact on your own community the longer this goes on.
It's an interesting observation because we at this point don't really know how long this is going to go on, do we?
We have no idea. So understand this, citizens, that what is happening in Ottawa does have a direct effect on your public safety. Even though your local police services will do a good job, there are holes now that have to be filled by the officers that are still in your community, either working longer shifts or working on days off.
Now, as we see this, continue to look at, rather, the scene on Bank Street, again, this is as it joins Wellington, and this is where protesters are being moved down. We heard there from Thomas Murray that it's cold right now in Ottawa. It is, in fact, one of the coldest capitals in the world, and they are expecting the temperatures to drop even more so with winds upwards of 70 kilometers per hour. So I'm wondering, does that work against or in favor of police action right now?
Yeah, it does both things. It works for the police because the spectators really aren't really dressed for the weather, but it also affects the frontline police officers who are standing still and who also get suffered because of the cold weather. But we saw last night that the crowd start to thin out, and as it really turns cold and nasty, this crowd will thin out, and then the police will make a determination on where they want to hold the line, how many officers they need to keep out there. And there are officers now in the confines of a building where it's warm and calm because they will be coming out to do the night shift. And so not all the police have been utilized. They can't use all the resources at once. But there is now making a plan to determine, okay, is this as far we're going to advance for Saturday?
Mm-hmm. I'm also wondering about this tactic right now, because it seemed again that they were pushing, or not it seemed, they were in fact pushing protesters down O'Connor Street, and now they have blocked off O'Connor. They're pushing the remaining protesters over to Bank Street, which is essentially one block going west. Is this the tactic to break up protesters to what, perhaps make them feel a bit more isolated and encourage them to leave?
Well, part of that's true, but I don't know what's behind the lines, Michael, and maybe your cameras could go back there. Are the vehicles that were in front of the Parliament buildings, are they now being removed? Because if they are, that's really what is happening. The police want to get that area cleared out.
And in fact, that's what we're showing right now, Murray. We are in fact showing the removal of the vehicles right now.
So it makes logical sense why the police have stopped. They want this area physically cleared of these large vehicles before they force on with the crowd control. So this all makes sense. And so obviously this is going to take a while. So probably the line's going to be stationary until this area has been cleared out.
Some of the protesters have moved down there, so it's difficult to get a full perspective from street side here of how many protesters are hanging around, but I've been saying a couple hundred. I would stand by that number. Some even watching from the Bank of Canada Museum up near the rooftop there, just sort of keeping a distance and watching what's going on.
It is amazing to see all of this unfold. Listen, Thomas, thank you for that. We will speak again as we continue to watch this police line again on Wellington, just not even a block south, down the hill literally from West Block, where parliamentarians are right now debating the Emergencies Act. But this is where police have now pushed protesters, trying to get them to disperse at Bank Street. So we're going to keep watching this. We want to remind you, though, as you continue to watch us here on CBC News Network, and we bring you live coverage of the police enforcement in the nation's capital, we are now at this point counting down to a news conference with Ottawa Police. The interim police chief, Steve Bell, will be speaking at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to have that live for you here on News Network. And he will be addressing the ongoing police enforcement to clear protesters away from Parliament Hill and the surrounding neighborhood. So do stay with us. Again, that news conference will begin in about 50 minutes time, which we'll have for you right here on News Network. But as we continue to watch the situation on the ground, we did reach out earlier today to Bruce Pitt Payne. Now, he is a retired RCMP major crime investigator and trainer, and I asked him for his reaction to the tactics police are now using at the protest site.
I can probably sense the frustration from both sides. However, I do have to say that the police have been very measured and proportionate to this point. But I have also seen an increase in the level of force that they deem required to end this.
Now, talk to us about that, because I think that's a very interesting logic progression, if you will. What are the factors that are brought into play when police decide to escalate an action, and perhaps apply that kind of logic to what we're seeing right now in the nation's capital?
Absolutely. So the very first thing I want to say is that there is a section in the criminal code that authorizes the police to use force in the lawful execution of their duty. And in this case, to make arrests, many have been for mischief, for example. So they are allowed to use force, but it must be reasonable. It must be only enough required to get the job done. It must be proportionate. And that's what I've observed so far. Is yesterday it was more a police line moving back, using their presence, using their communicative skills. Please move back, move back, move back. Today, the tone has changed, but it appears to be in response to some of the information that I've read from, for instance, the Ottawa Police Force, saying that the crowd is getting more aggressive. I'm paraphrasing there, but they did use the word assaultive. And a general rule of thumb, and please, this is just a generality for the layperson, the police are allowed to use probably one level of force higher than what is thrust upon them, what is presented to them. So if people are doing what is reported, such as throwing objects at horses, using, and this is only, again, secondhand to me through different reports, using smoke bombs, doing things like that, pushing the police, trying to grab their weapons, which is another report that I've heard. If that is true, then the police are actually being very restrained still in going to the next level, which is you'll see that the public order unit is more present with the batons, not necessarily using them for more than pushing, but they are there, and that sends a strong message that the ante has been upped by the protesters, and the police have to do their job, and they will escalate accordingly. And so far, I've seen nothing but professionalism.
Well, it's interesting because we certainly have seen an evolution these past few days from police officers walking through the encampment when it held on Wellington Street, distributing pamphlets telling people of the laws that they were breaking, and then now today seeing police officers with full helmets as well as protective vests. I'm wondering where you see this going right now, because, you know, for the protesters that are there, obviously these are the people that have not heeded the warnings of possible arrest and possible fines and prison time. So just exactly who are police now dealing with in terms of the type of protester that remains on the streets in Ottawa?
Yeah, and I always want to be careful, Michael. I don't want to have volatile language while I'm talking. But you will have probably some very hardliners. The hell no, we won't go, and probably should have said heck. Or you will have people that just don't get it, that there are clear orders. And another thing that's being exceptionally well done by the police is you'll notice they haven't stopped giving that option to leave. That this is still there. Their presence isn't now replaced in their communicative skills with the tactical units. It is supplemented, complemented by those units. So they're still telling people, get out of there, please. They don't want to arrest them. But they have to respond to the reaction of the crowd. So the crowd is either hardline or the crowd just doesn't seem to get it. Either way, there are going to be consequences, and I think the police are determined to move faster now than they were yesterday, as nightfall approaches too.
Although there might be a complicating factor, and I want to read you here. This is the most recent tweet from the Ottawa Police, and they are saying, at this time, we are seeing young children being brought to the front of the police operation. This is dangerous, and it is putting the children at risk. Children may be taken to a place of safety. First and foremost, your reaction to people bringing young children to the front of the police line.
I try not to do too much other than my opinion, but Michael, it's hard as a human being, as a father, as well as a fellow Canadian, not to shake my head in disbelief and go, please stop that. We saw yesterday how easy it is when the horses come in to simply move people, that people, if they are in the way, it's dangerous. It is always dangerous in these types of situations. I shake my head in disbelief at this, and this will probably be the lasting impression that I have, not just as an ex-police officer and trainer, but as a human being, that get those kids out of there, please.
Now, as we watch all this unfold, there is actually not far from the image that we're seeing right now, again, Wellington Street in front of Parliament Hill. Just north of it, less than 1 block away, is the West Block. And that is where right now MPs are debating in person, also virtually, the Emergencies Act that was invoked by the Prime Minister earlier this week. Do you think that was, as some have suggested, an overreach by the government?
Big question for me to answer, and I'll try not to be evasive. There must be, and there will be an inquiry. It's part of the precondition of the invocation of this act. Did they have the tools, the police? Probably. Did they have the manpower and the coordination? I don't think so. It's really hard jurisdictionally to get everybody together and do this. But I hope you don't mind me at least just leaving it, Michael, with there better be a good look at this. I am on the fence. I don't know. But we are here right now. It is getting done, and I hope people do look at it.
Bruce Pitt-Payne, thank you for that. And Mr. Pitt-Payne is a retired RCMP sergeant and special crimes investigator. Well, let's continue. For one of the protest organizers is going this hour. Tamara Leach is among 3 key organizers who were arrested in Denver the past few days. Our Neil Herland is watching that for us today. So Neil, what's the latest here?
Well, Michael, I've been listening in on the bail hearing for Tamara Lich, age 49. She's one of the most prominent leaders of the Freedom Convoy protest in Ottawa. She was arrested 2 days ago. The bail hearing to decide whether or not she gets released today is underway as we speak. It started this morning. It's being held over Zoom. We can't record clips or play them back to you, but we are allowed to watch it on Zoom, and we can report in detail what's going on in the courtroom right now. So the presiding judge is Justice Julie Bourgeois. She's overseen the proceedings. Tamara Lich has appeared in the prisoner's box. She's wearing a black sweater that says, "I heart Canadian oil and gas." She's wearing a protective white face mask over her face, and she's been quite cooperative with the lawyers and the judge. They've been asking questions to her for several hours now. We are told by Tamara Lich that if she does make bail, if she is released, she's promising to leave Ottawa within 24 hours. She's also promising to stop being a leader of the convoy protest. We also learned some more details about who Tamara Lich is, about her life. She lives in Medicine Hat, Alberta. She works as an administrator for an oil and gas company. She's been taking vacation days for the last few weeks as she took part in this protest. The bail amount that the judges and lawyers have been discussing all day long is in the neighborhood of $5,000. It's still not clear whether she would even have access to that money. She told the court that her bank accounts have now been frozen as part of these emergency laws that have been enacted by the federal government. She also was asked by the judge if there's a potential that she could fly back to Alberta. She said, unfortunately, to the judge, she doesn't have a vaccine passport, presumably because she's not vaccinated, so she can't board a plane. She would need to get some sort of lift or ride back to Alberta if she is granted bail. Now, I should mention that Pat King, another co-accused, made a brief court appearance this morning. His bail hearing was moved to Tuesday morning at 9:30, and last night a third leader, Chris Barber, he was granted bail on the condition that he leave Ottawa within 24 hours. He's also facing 4 charges. Michael.
Neil, thank you for the update. The CBC's Neil Herland. Now, we're going to keep a very close eye on Ottawa as we continue to watch the police action in the nation's capital. This is day 2 as police forces from across Ontario, as well as the Sûreté du Québec, come together to try to break up the protest. The action beginning yesterday at around the 8 o'clock Eastern hour. Now continuing on this Saturday. And as we continue to track the latest in Ottawa, we also want to give an eye to Quebec City because protests against COVID-19 measures are taking place in the Quebec capital. Police have made 3 arrests and say the majority of protesters remain peaceful. Our Sarah Levitt brings us the latest.
An entirely different atmosphere here in Quebec City than in Ottawa. The protesters are back. They were here about 2 weeks ago, and much like 2 weeks ago, there's a big crowd, lots of people out here, and they also have brought their trucks to line up the street as they did 2 weeks ago. The trucks line up all along this street. They're honking their horns. There's music playing. And you know, I've had people come up to me who are not protesters ask me, why are the protesters here if the vaccine passport and much of the measures are expected to be lifted in Quebec mid-March? Well, some protesters here say it's about more than that. One thing for sure, they're not happy about having to continue to wear masks indoors. They say while the vaccine passport has been lifted, it could come back. And Quebec City police say that so far there have been 3 arrests, but that the protesters here have so far, for the most part, been peaceful. Bruno Marchand, the mayor of Quebec City, saying he's happy to welcome them. Everybody has the right to protest. He says the Emergency Act that's in effect in Canada right now will not be applied here until certain criteria are met. He says he hopes that those criteria are not met and that the police will stand by and watch what's happening peacefully. Organizers here say that's exactly what they want. 2 days of peaceful protests, but they do hope that the government hears their issues. Sarah Levitt, CBC News, Quebec City.
Now let's focus once again on Ottawa, because we're now hearing an update from the organizers of the so-called Freedom Convoy. In a statement they released today, the organizers first accused police of committing abuses of power, and then they go on to say, quote, "We have therefore asked our truckers to move from Parliament Hill to avoid further brutality. To move the trucks, it will require time. This has been communicated with Ottawa Police, and we hope that they will show judicious restraint." Now, the truckers are moving, they say, and the use of more force will only be used to punish people and not to preserve or establish order. Again, that is a direct quote from the organizers of the Freedom Convoy. Well, we also want to get some reaction to that development, and we're reaching out once again to Murray Faulkner, former police chief with London in Ontario. So Murray, when you hear that statement from the organizers, what's your reaction?
Well, obviously, the people that are standing in front of the public order unit haven't listened to it. The organizers are saying basically go home. You can see on the screen that the police really have upped their game here. There's a large number of officers in reserve, so probably you're going to see some movement in the next short while. The white helmet officers were at the front line, and now they have been all replaced by the fluorescent green officers' vests. So, as you can see, they are moving in, and obviously they're going to do another police movement here.
Another police movement, and it seems they're moving south rather than east here to try to get people away from Parliament Hill. Walk us through, because at this point it looks like there are more police officers than protesters gathered on the other side of that police line.
Well, I don't have a clock close by, but I suggest probably that line has been stationary now for maybe about 2 hours. 2.5 hours.
Yeah, roughly speaking,
you're
right.
Time for officers in other parts of the downtown to get some refreshments, to have a washroom break. They're now refreshed, and they are coming back out onto the lines to take a bit more action. So, I do not think that this line is going to be stationary for much longer.
As you say that, we were talking about this operation perhaps lasting longer than today. Walk us through the stages here. Is it today to secure the hill, tomorrow to disperse them? What kind of timeline are we actually looking at here?
Well, again, the timeline is depending upon the protesters and how willing they are to disperse. But I think the primary objective today was to gain ground on Wellington Street and to have all those large vehicles, tents, trailers removed. That's accomplished. And now I think what we're going to see is a bit of a police movement of pushing that group back to see if they will disperse even more. Unfortunately, probably that group is some of the hardcore people. And I'm hoping that violence and use of force can be kept to a minimum.
Well, certainly we are watching, Murray. Again, appreciate your time today. We'll come back to you a little later in the next hour, but for now, our thanks to Murray Faulkner, former chief with London Police. Now, again, let's take a look at the scene. To the right of your screen, you see there Wellington in front of Parliament Hill, at the intersection of Bank Street, as we continue to see a number of officers come together. As Murray was suggesting, we are probably not that far away from the next action, so we're going to have that for you live here. And at the top left of your screen, well, you see Wellington further east, and that is in front of the Prime Minister's office, where police have cleared out a number of the protest vehicles and in their place have put in police vehicles. And the bottom of your screen, well, that red area denotes the secured area as declared by police to make sure that protesters do not increase in numbers, nor do people bring aid to those protesters who remain around the hill. So for the very latest, let's go right now to the CBC's David Common. He's been on the ground all day for us, tracking the movement of both police and protesters. So David, I see you walking down. Is that Bank Street that you're at right now?
This is Bank and Wellington. What we're seeing here, and you were talking just a short time ago, we now see Sûreté de Québec, the officers who've come in from Quebec, who've just moved into the front line. So there's a much larger group of police that are in that area right now. a significant number of protesters who are here as well. And if there is indeed about to be a movement of police, then you're about to see it. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. No, I'm in the middle of doing my job. Okay. How are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. What brings you here?
I want to see the Canadian spirit resurrected.
And what's that look like?
I think this looks like this.
Yeah, this is what it looks like to you. Are you concerned about being arrested today?
It does concern me. Yeah.
Where are you from?
Kitchener-Waterloo area.
Yeah. And how long have you been here?
A few hours.
A few hours, yeah. And, how are you feeling?
There's a bit of an edge in the air. I think it's a different tone than the past 3 weeks.
Yeah. Have you been here in previous weeks? Did you come on a previous
No,
weekend?
no, but I know people who have.
Yeah. Well, good to meet you. Stay warm while you're out here. We're just in the middle of doing our job right now, but you do see that a large number of police officers have moved into this area. So you're seeing now a movement of police sort of encircling the crowd, and that's likely to mean that there's going to be a push down here, push down bank, as additional officers move into place. So what we'll do is we'll just get a tiny bit closer here before we ourselves are likely to have to move back as well. The wind really picking up here, Michael, over the course of the day. And so you do see these officers have the numbers on the back. Those are Sûreté de Québec officers. They're backstopped by Ottawa police, tactical vehicles that are over here. So larger group that's here. What we now expect is there could well be movement, and it's just a question of how that movement happens and where it goes, and if there's a continued push out of this area. So just to situate us very quickly, Parliament, right there. Wellington here, where this morning there were many trucks, big rigs. Some of them moved out. Some of them had their windows moved out voluntarily, I should say, really at the last second, because the ones that didn't move out had their windows smashed, tactical officers going in. And as I looked down there, it seemed plausible that some of them had been towed in that intervening time. But you now see that we are really encircled here. So I come in here, there's people taking selfies with some of the officers streaming everything. But it is a larger group here. And when we look, we do have officers really right around us. So just going to back. You see an officer there. Not all the officers here are wearing gas masks. The ones that would deploy, if necessary, tear gas, although we are told that has not happened yet, not at least by the use of any police. And we are seeing more officers that are moving into place here. So there's a second line that's going in, creating a bit of a box, a police box in there, and more officers that are coming in around this area. So now, on these three sides, we have police behind me, over to my right, and over further to the right. The only area, as a result, that does not have a line of police is here, and it would suggest that that is the intent of police, that they will push in on the area that I'm now standing, and will try to push protesters further down into the area. Now we're seeing down here that extra line of officers. A lot of people in the crowd get very amped up by this. Some want to be, chanting of freedom, and it continues. The tactical officers in their vehicles down there, and so there continues to be police movement. It's clear that there is about to be something. It's just exactly, likely pushing people further away from Wellington.
Okay, David, thank you for that. I apologize for jumping in, but I do want to get to Thomas Daigle. He's at the other end of this intersection, and Thomas, you have a clearer view of police at this point. Thomas, I don't know if your microphone's turned on. We're having a hard time hearing you.
You're not hearing me? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. We can hear you now, Thomas.
Michael,
I can hear you now.
I was just saying we're on Wellington here in downtown Ottawa. These are lineups of Sûreté du Québec officers lined up with batons, pushing back protesters here on Wellington Street. Now, a couple blocks away from the Parliament buildings. This is part of the quick succession of pushes from several police forces who've been deployed to Ottawa in the past couple of days. what we've seen again in the past few minutes, as we did earlier today, is as police moved in, forcefully pushing back protesters. They have split protesters into smaller groups. When David was reporting live for you here, he was speaking to you from Bank Street, I believe, perhaps a block away from where I'm speaking to you from. And that is where police have dispersed one group of protesters to, and the other group is here on this side. This is the first time I have seen this particular tactic where police have formed two lines. They're facing these protesters on this side where we're standing, and they also have sort of a separation between the two lines of officers and have protesters on the other side. They're facing them as well. Again, a sign of how unusual and extraordinary this police response has been is the fact that we have police from another province, provincial police from Quebec, deployed to the streets of Ottawa, enforcing the order for the crowd to disperse. But again, this has gone back to what we were seeing just a few minutes ago before the police moved in. Protesters have just gone back to standing around. I'm trying to see if they have their tactical vehicles over in the distance, but for the time being, police have gained about a half a block here on protesters and split them up into two groups, Michael.
Two groups, one heading east along Wellington, the other heading south on Bank Street. And as you say, despite the success of pushing them back, they're still milling around. At this point, Thomas, can you say anything about the determination of protesters to hold their ground?
Yeah, it's been pretty clear to protesters for well over a day now that if they stay here, there is no question that they will face arrest. Police have changed their wording today. Instead of saying over the megaphone that if you stay around here, if you don't disperse, you may be arrested, they're now telling them repeatedly today, if you stay around here, you will be arrested. I can't remember the exact figure that Ottawa police put out earlier today in terms of the number of arrests carried out today. It was in the dozens. 47, I believe, is what I'm being told. And we expect that number will continue to rise, but we're not seeing targeted arrests here. We are seeing police officers, in one case here with the SQ, holding a video camera, taking images of the protesters on the front lines. And I'm just looking around to see if we can still see officers on rooftops. I don't see them from my vantage point, but I'm sure that they are still deployed on nearby rooftops, keeping an eye on the advance and the movement of protesters. You see in the middle of this SQ deployment is RCMP tactical units, the emergency response team here. Again, extraordinary to see this number of different police forces working together. They're pushing protesters back again, and we will have to move with them. I will say that there is lots of snow on the ground. The snow's been blowing around, and
Thomas, if I can interrupt, let's just watch the scene.
Michael.
Let's watch the scene, please. And as we break away, you see we've now moved over towards the other camera. This is David Common's camera. This police line pushing protesters south along Bank Street to the top left of your screen. That is Thomas Degg's camera as police in that line push them east down Wellington. Either way, it is trying to push protesters away from the Parliament Hill complex, and much like we have seen over the last several hours and days, police moving slowly and methodically, although this time around on this day, wearing police helmets and carrying batons and wearing vests. Ottawa police saying earlier today this was in response to the behavior of some protesters as they were being asked to clear the area. So Thomas, thank you for letting us take in that view and that shot at this time. Just describe for us now what is happening around you, please.
The continued standoff. Police gained another few meters as they pushed protesters back. The crowd where we are standing has dwindled a bit. I believe protesters have moved toward where Our colleague David Common and his crew are standing towards Bank Street, but this is Wellington, and it bears repeating because if you're just joining our coverage this afternoon, it bears repeating that this stretch of Wellington Street was full of big rigs for the past 3 weeks, and tents, bouncy castles, and all sorts of entertainment items for this protest. That has all been cleared out. There are some large vehicles still parked down the street, but this stretch of Wellington has been cleared of the big rigs, and police continue their advance.
I want to read to you a new tweet, and this is from the Ottawa Police, Thomas, and I'm going to ask you about it, but the Ottawa Police saying, quote, "Once again, we are seeing young children being brought to the front of the police operation. This is dangerous, and it is putting the children at risk," and they attached to it an earlier tweet of 2 hours ago in which they say children may be taken to a place of safety. Can you talk to us about that issue, Thomas? What have you seen in terms of children on the front lines?
Yesterday, early in the day, we saw protesters on this street set up a bouncy castle, which they've set up many times. It's sort of become one of the lasting images of this protest, in defiance of local residents who pleaded with protesters to leave the bouncy castle and leave their big rigs and get out of here. But in any case, we saw what appeared to be a parent and her child playing on the bouncy castle here in the middle of the protest zone yesterday. And again this afternoon, just about an hour ago, I witnessed someone who appeared to be a mother with her young child standing around in this protest, despite the fact that police have repeatedly told protesters not to bring their children to this illegal demonstration, and they have told them that they could face fines of upwards of $5,000 or 5 years behind bars if they do so. And yet, we're still seeing it today.
Thomas, thank you. We will check in with you again as this day goes on. The CBC's Thomas Daigle in Ottawa on Wellington Street, just east of Bank Street. Well, as we watch all of this unfold right now, we are reaching out once again to the Mayor of Ottawa, Jim Watson. Mayor Watson, thank you for joining us today. Excuse me, Mayor Watson, I think we're having some audio. If you bear with me 1 second, I don't... There we go. We have it solved. There we go, Mayor Watson. Thank you. Thank you for joining us again. How are you feeling right now watching this second day of police action against the protesters?
Well, on the one hand, very pleased with the professionalism of our police services across the country who have come to help our city in our time of need. But obviously concerned, there's still a core group that we're seeing on footage that you're airing right now, Michael. There's still a hardcore group that are taunting police, being completely irresponsible, and don't want to seem to leave. So I'm very pleased that we've been able to clean up Wellington Street, and a lot of the trucks, almost I believe all the trucks are gone, and the street is back to some sense of normalcy. But the problem is these people don't seem to want to leave, and when it comes nighttime, obviously that's when it becomes even more challenging. So my admiration is for the police and their measured response to date. They've been put through a lot of abuse during a very cold day in Ottawa.
You say a hardcore group of protesters, but it seems that we're talking about still hundreds of people who refuse to surrender the ground. How many people are left to your understanding?
Well, I'm getting a briefing on that in the next hour or so by our chief of police, Chief Bell, so I don't have that information for you right now, but just observing, it looks like there's, could be anywhere between 300 and 400 or 450 people. I'm pleased that we were able to move a lot of these trucks. I'm going to suggest to our city manager that under the Emergency Act, we actually have the ability to confiscate those vehicles and sell them. And I want to see them sold. I don't want them returned to these people who have been causing such frustration and angst in our community. But I want to sell them to put towards the costs that we've been incurring in Ottawa to put up with this foolishness for 4 weeks, which is 3 weeks and 6 days too long.
Well, you mentioned the Emergencies Act, and as you know, right now in the West Block, Parliament is both in person and virtually debating the merits of the Emergency Act as it needs parliamentary approval. Do you believe this was a necessary tool to get to this point?
You know what? It's proven to be a necessary tool and a useful tool as well. When we have officers coming in from other jurisdictions in the past, you had to sign them in as swear them in as peace officers. That takes a lot of time. That doesn't have to be done anymore. We can confiscate property and material and sell it for our own purposes. Those kinds of things are important. Tow trucks, as you know, that was a big concern that we had. Tow truck companies just did not want to get involved in this. And the Emergency Act forces them to, and you've seen all day a number of heavy industrial tow trucks that are cleaning up our streets after the 4 weeks of chaos that these protesters have brought to our city. So there are a number of measures in the Emergency Act that have benefited us on the ground in pragmatic terms over the course of the last 24 hours.
Mayor, I want to talk about the timing of all this. Emergencies Act aside, this has been, as you know, weeks in the making. People in Ottawa have complained publicly on social media, to media, about the kind of torture they've endured with the endless honking, with the harassment on the streets. Why did it take so long to get to this point?
That's a very good question, and I think it will come out at the inquiry that is required under the Emergency Act. The two of my colleagues, Councillors Hughley and Tierney, have put forward a motion that passed unanimously that we have our own independent review, because that's the question everyone wants to know. I know one of the reasons was that we just did not have the firm commitment for the number of officers to back up, the words on an injunction. But we have to have a thorough review of exactly why these trucks were allowed to come into the downtown core, particularly on Wellington Street, which trucks are not allowed to be in, and one of our most important streets in the country, the home of the House of Commons and the Supreme Court, and they just park there. And the reality is, unless you get these things resolved within the first 24 hours, it grows and becomes a magnet for every group that wants to come and berate the government or complain about something. So I think we need an independent review, which we'll get at the federal level and we'll get at the municipal level, for two reasons. One, because the public deserve to know why this turned into a protest, from a protest to a sit-in and occupation. And secondly, how can we avoid it happening again? We're going to have to do some short-term measures. For instance, once this is all cleaned up on Wellington, how do we barricade the street on a short-term basis to protect the parliamentary precinct? And what are the logistical challenges of doing that? Because that's a major thoroughfare for bus traffic to Gatineau, as well as motorcades to the Prime Minister and so on. So we need to find something in the short term that sends a very clear signal to the would-be protesters from other groups. You can't come to Ottawa anymore and shut down our city for 4 weeks. That's off, and it should never happen. And we have to get to the bottom of why the police did not respond more quickly. We know, as I said, one of the reasons we didn't have enough officers. We thank those officers from other jurisdictions. I worked with the provincial government and the federal government, and we have a good, solid presence of professional members of police services from coast to coast.
I also want to get your thoughts on the current operation, Mayor, because as you know, protesters have been pushed off of Wellington essentially and being forced down either O'Connor earlier in the day, now down Bank Street. But for those who don't know Ottawa, it is just a few blocks before what is essentially a government area becomes a residential area. Are you concerned for the safety of area residents as police try to break up this protest?
Well, I have been since day one. That's been my number one preoccupation, is how do we give some greater protection and peace of mind to those residents who put up with so much, the honking of the horns, the stench of diesel fuel, the fact that we have more police officers tells me that we're going to have to put more of them in those residential areas, because as we push some of these yahoos out of the parliamentary precinct, we don't want to cause another problem in a residential neighborhood. And that's been one of the frustrations, I think, that these people don't seem to understand, the protesters, that we have vibrant neighborhoods, whether it's Centertown or Glebe or Lower Town or Byward Market, and people live in these areas. I've told people throughout the week, no one lives on Wellington Street. There's not one person that lives there, but just a few blocks behind, there are tens of thousands of people. And, you've seen some of the stories that have come out where one idiot tried to handcuff the doors of an apartment building, another one threw some kind of a smoke bomb in the lobby, the non-stop honking of horns, the rude, sexist, homophobic, racist behavior by some of these people yelling and screaming, the harassing of our small business community. So, we have to make sure that those people are given greater protection by the police, at least in the foreseeable future. And I also want to mention, I'm very pleased, because another preoccupation of mine is how do we support our small businesses? They have suffered tremendously, not just because of the 4 weeks of this chaos, but they had COVID they had to deal with and all the restrictions. So as you recall, Michael, 2 weeks ago, the province lifted the lockdown and people could go in and have a meal in a restaurant. Well, most of the businesses in and around the parliamentary precinct couldn't do that because they were in an unofficial lockdown imposed by the truck drivers and the convoy. I was pleased today that Mona Fortier, the president of Treasury Board, who's also the MP for Ottawa-Vanier, and Yasser Naqvi, who's the MP for Ottawa Centre, their two ridings are the most affected. And they just announced a $20 million fund to help small businesses in their time of need, because many of these businesses are hanging on by their fingernails because they've been basically locked down as a result of this illegal activity.
Listen, Mayor, I only have about 30 seconds left here, but I do want to give you the opportunity. What is your message right now for those people who do live in the residential areas of Centretown, the Byward Market, Lower Town, as you mentioned? What's your message to them right now?
Well, first and foremost, we want them to stay safe and secure. We are doing everything we can to bring this to an end peacefully and quickly. And governments at all three levels have to be prepared to ensure in the short term we have the necessary police resources on the ground to give comfort and some protection to those people who have been harassed and hard hit for a long period of time, and for their businesses in those vibrant neighborhoods. That help is along the way. Invest Ottawa will be running the program to get those dollars as quickly as possible to those small businesses in Centretown and throughout the catchment area.
Ottawa Mayor Jim Watson, thank you for being with us again today.
Thank you for the invitation.
Well, let's now go to Thomas Daigle. As we saw earlier in the hour, he is following right now the movement as police try to push protesters back. Thomas, what can you tell us at this point?
We're on Wellington Street again. Protesters have been pushed back by this line of officers, but I want to just show you, Michael, if we can pan over here to show you just how brazenly protesters had been camped out here on Wellington, just in the shadow of the Parliament buildings. They had practically a kitchen line here, set up here, pots and pans, water bottles. They had all kinds of supplies for protesters, even though this was long declared an illegal occupation. Knives and forks, all sorts of napkins, some chips here, barbecue set up, just as late as just this morning. Ponchos to stay away from the rain. And let's see what was in these boxes. More supplies, I suppose. But here's a toaster oven. It just gives you a sense. There was a tent right here. There's another tent next to us that's still up. But now the protesters have cleared out from Wellington, have been pushed back. We can really get a clear view of just what's left. Look, there's another barbecue here. This was a charcoal grill, I suppose, that's been left by protesters. There's going to be major cleanup still to be done. Let's see what's in here. Lots more supplies, Tim Hortons pods, deodorant, all sorts of supplies, because clearly, up until police moved in today, protesters were really intent on staying for as long as they could, and indeed they did.
Thomas, thank you for that. Or Thomas Daigle on the streets of Ottawa. Let's now go to David Common, who's also tracking the movement of both protesters and police. David, what's happening at this point from your location?
Yeah, continued pushing that's going on. So this is essentially a wall. A new police service have not yet seen Calgary police out on the streets. Their public safety unit is now deployed here along the Sparks Street pedestrian mall. In behind us, there's a large line of in behind a crowd of protesters. There's Sûreté de Québec as well as OPP, Ontario Provincial Police Officers. So a large concentration of police officers. What's likely to happen is that they will begin pushing people down the street here, that this will be a barrier so that people can't scatter down this street. Again, the idea, push further and further away from Parliament itself, which has been the continued move that we've seen through much of the day here. We come right in here a little bit, and you see the Calgary police officers are lined up, batons in hand, which is a tactic that we've seen employed by other police services through much of the day. And you periodically see this, where you see individuals sort of in a standoff, face to face with many of the police. So that's essentially what you're seeing here, and lots of people who are very eager to get on camera or who believe that everything that we're doing is fake news.
David, listen, protect yourself. We'll speak again. Our David Common in Ottawa. Well, I'm going to ask the control room right now to take the overhead view right now of what is happening on Wellington Street as we still see more police officers making their way down the street itself in position to try to push the protesters away from the Parliament Hill precinct. And as we look at that, I want to bring in once again Charles Bordelot. He has been joining us throughout this day. He is a former Ottawa police chief, now a public safety consultant. Charles, thank you for standing by for us today.
My pleasure, Michael.
So we're now seeing more police making their way down Wellington, making their way down Bank. What can you say about this point of the operation?
Well, I think the Wellington and Bank intersection has been stagnant for about 2.5 hours or so. And clearly in the past 45 minutes, you've seen an increase of police officers present. And they've just recently made that move in order to push them down Bank Street. So it's, I think, one of the big key operations was to retake Wellington Street, which they have done now, which is a good success. And now they're pushing them down Bank Street, and you see the other areas on Spark Street as well. So they continue now to push them south into the core, and hoping that many of them will disperse, having had been forced to leave Wellington Street. So successful to date, and we've seen another couple of arrests as a result of that latest push by police at Wellington and Bank, but still very professionally done, and no having to use pepper spray or any other harder tactics in order to push the crowd back, which is comforting to see.
Yeah, to be fair, there were a couple of instances of pepper spray, which we did have here, but you're right, for the most part, it has not been a wide use tactic in this deployment today. But, I also want to get your thoughts, because not only is this the nation's capital, but this is your city. You were, again, the chief of police of Ottawa. So what's it like to see this happening right now? What's it like to have seen your city descend into this chaos for nearly a month?
I was born here, and something that I've never thought I would see in our city, as far as the anger and the despair and the frustration, but also the frustration and the violence associated with people who wanted to try to express their opinions to the government. And it's in one way, the 3 weeks has been extremely long for our community. I feel terrible, just absolutely terrible for the residents of the downtown core who have been living through hell for the past 3 weeks, honestly, and the businesses as well. Haven't been able to open. They were just about to reopen because of the pandemic restrictions being lifted, and they have yet to be able to be open because of this demonstration here. So I'm pleased to see that after 3 weeks, that the police service has been able to put a plan together and get the resources in place to get this over with. And the last 3 days, Chief Bell has done a tremendous job, along with the partners and with the City of Ottawa, to try to bring this to a peaceful conclusion.
I'm wondering how you are feeling right now in terms of the current tactic, because as they push these protesters back, they are trying to disperse them, but it's also driving them into more residential neighborhoods. Does that cause you any concern?
It does, because the challenge is, are they going to be setting up another area where the demonstrators and protests will congregate and then continue to have an impact on those residences? So I'm sure that they have strategies and a plan in place for that, to try to mitigate that and to avoid from that happening. But it's yet to see exactly how that will evolve. Again, they're hoping that people will leave voluntarily. But I wouldn't want to see another key area of the city, especially closer to the residents, being impacted by the constant presence of these illegal demonstrators.
I'm wondering if you might comment on what police are trying to accomplish on this day. Again, this is day 2 of the crackdown on the protests, but it seems to be that they're trying to secure Wellington, not only on the east from Chateau Laurier and the War Memorial, but heading west all the way down towards the National Archives. Do you think that is what they're trying to achieve here? Establish that perimeter away to secure it from protesters?
Yeah, I would expect that one of the key objectives for today is to gain back and Wellington Street, and clear it from all the vehicles. So they've achieved that objective fairly rapidly, given all the obstacles that we were faced with. And you know, people ask, when will this be over? And they do not set a time limit, because if they set a time, that puts additional pressure on the officers and everybody, and mistakes happen. That's when people get hurt. So you'll hear most likely at the press conference that Chief Bell is doing that he will not put a time limit in. He'll commit to ending this as peacefully as possible, without risk of injuries to officers and demonstrators. But it will take the time that it needs to take in order to clear the area.
And to that news conference that you mentioned, we are now putting it to the bottom of the screen for people at home. And of course, we're going to have that live as soon as the acting interim police chief actually takes the microphones. But, you know, ahead of that, I do want to get your commentary on 2 things. First and foremost, the weather, because earlier today it was sunnier. We've seen cloudy periods, sunny periods, blowing snow. There's also wind gusts, a warning of upwards of 70 kilometers per hour by this evening. How does that factor into the challenge now before the police as they try to continue this action?
Well, first and foremost, these officers are human beings. So they're out in the cold weather under some very stressful circumstances. So they need to be taken care of. They need relief. So you'll often see some rotation of officers for them to go back to their home base to eat, to get warm, to rest, and then come back out again. So it's very taxing for them. Weather also plays a factor in the type of tactics that you may use. Yesterday and today, there's a lot of wind. So if at any point in time they were to use tear gas, they have to be very cognizant of wind direction and the effectiveness of that having on the demonstrators, but also, you know, the officers are all equipped with gas masks, but they have to protect themselves as well. And you've seen the snow as well. It hasn't been cleared in a number of weeks, so that's posed a challenge in order to add additional obstacles for the officers to go over in order to move their lines more effectively. But the weather has also had an impact from a positive perspective that I'm sure there are a number of protesters have chosen to leave or not come because of the harsh weather that we are experiencing.
Well, the other factor beyond the weather is just the time of day that we're at. We're currently at 3:32 p.m. Eastern Time. We're a few hours away from sunset in Ottawa. How does going into the night affect this operation?
So we'll use last night as an example. They pushed and pushed until they said, okay, that would be enough for today. They stopped at the Mackenzie and the Chateau Laurier. And they set up perimeter fencing and in order to maintain that area. So I would expect that once they decide to stop pushing the crowds further south, they will establish fencing and barriers in order to keep hold of and secure that area. So there will be a number of officers still deployed across that whole perimeter that they've been able to clear, in order to ensure that nobody comes back into that specific area. And then they'll be back at it again early tomorrow morning, I would expect, in order to continue clearing any other demonstrators that have chosen to stay or come back.
And just to note, sunset is actually predicted to be at about 5:35 p.m. local time, so just a couple of hours from now. You know, if they put up a fence, as you say, around this perimeter to hold it after clearing it out on this Saturday, what's your word then? What's your advice then for the residents of downtown Ottawa? Because as I said, these protesters are being moved south. That gets them further away from government buildings and away from Parliament Hill, but drives them into more residential areas where people live in apartment buildings and condos and stacked units in single dwellings. What is your advice to the people who live in the area?
So I would expect that the chief should address that at the press conference, and if not, it's a good question to ask. But I would expect as well that there will continue to be a significant police presence in the residential areas as they continue to push the demonstrators back, in order to ensure that those residents do have a feeling of safety and security with the large number of officers physically present in those areas.
From your experience, sir, how long does an operation like this take at this point? Are we talking about days, weeks?
Well, we've never experienced this long of a demonstration anywhere in Canada. So this is a first for all the police services to observe and to watch, to learn as to how best to manage this. The chief has been clear, along with the OPP and RCMP Unified Command, that they are committed to end this as quickly and safely as possible. And they aren't putting a timeline on it, and they shouldn't put a timeline around it. But they are doing their very best each minute, hour, and day in order to bring this to a conclusion. And I am confident, this is 2 days of concrete police action to move the crowds back, and in context of everything that's been going on, they've made some significant gains and progress around what they've been able to achieve in the past 2 days. Now it's the remaining core group of demonstrators and protesters that need to leave the area or be subject to arrest.
Charles, I want to now bring an image larger for our viewers at home, because right now we can see at the bottom of your screen the Ottawa Police, and this is the podium full frame, because we are at this point awaiting a news conference with Ottawa's interim police chief that was scheduled to begin at 3:30 p.m. Eastern time. We have been given the signal that it will start soon, so as soon as it begins, we'll bring you there live. But Charles, as we take a look at the shot, I do want to ask you one more question, because as you know, while this police action is happening, while protesters are still refusing to cede their ground, in the West Bloc, parliamentarians are right now debating the merits of the Emergencies Act that was invoked by the government on Monday. Was the Emergencies Act necessary to accomplish what has been accomplished today, do you think?
Michael, I'll cite 4 examples of where the Act has been very beneficial from a policing perspective. One, it enabled the police service to establish a perimeter across the city and to be able to lawfully intercept individuals that were coming into Ottawa solely for the purpose of coming to this demonstration. Prior to that act being in place, police did not have the lawful authority to remove or to deny a person's entry to come to this demonstration. So that's one thing. The next thing is to identify that children and minors are not allowed into the zone. So there's enforcement powers associated with that. The third piece is money. The ability to seize money and assets of the individuals involved in this demonstration is quick, and other than outside the proceeds of crime, is something that is a useful tool. And you saw truckers leave. Truckers left at the last minute because they knew their trucks were going to be seized. Those that have been towed away are now part of the new legislation, and most likely will be forfeited. And the last piece is around the swearing in of officers that are coming outside of Ontario. Those in Ontario are already sworn to uphold the law in the province of Ontario. But those from Edmonton, Calgary, Vancouver, Sophie, Quebec, and the RCMP, you actually have to physically swear them in and go through a process to give them the powers. This new legislation has allowed them to bypass this process and automatically swear them in as peace officers in the province of Ontario.
And we are now, as I said, awaiting the Ottawa Police to give us an update on the situation today. Now, as we wait for that, and as the clearance of protesters from the downtown core in Ottawa continues, we have been hearing from one of the organizers of the demonstration. And at a media briefing in the city, while Tom Marazzo took aim at police for their tactics, he also says his urging of truckers and others to end their protest should not be viewed as a sign of surrender.
We have always been a peaceful protest. There has never been violence in the 3 weeks that I have been here. Just peace, love, hugs, and singing "O Canada." The violence came to us when the police arrived. The police brought the violence. To that end, as a movement, we have chosen to peacefully withdraw from the streets of Ottawa. There is nothing to be gained by being brutalized by police. We will simply regroup as a grassroots movement. If the police can tame their insatiable need for violence and remove the barriers preventing us from actually leaving, we will peacefully withdraw starting today.
And that was organizer Tom Marazzo. Let's listen to Ottawa Police now.
Le directeur général des services de protection et d'urgence de la ville d'Ottawa, Kim Ayotte. I am Corporal Vladimir Napoleon with the RCMP. I will be the moderator. We will begin with remarks from Interim Chief Bell, followed by General Manager Kim Ayotte, and then we will proceed to a 15-minute question period. Je suis le caporal Vladimir Napoléon de la GRC et le modérateur pour la période de questions de 15 minutes. Nous commençons d'abord par l'énoncé du chef par intérim, ensuite le directeur général Kim Ayotte.
Merci Vladimir. Bonjour à tous. Today we made some very important progress in safely removing this unlawful protest from our streets. At every step in this operation, we've been upfront and clear with the unlawful protesters that they must leave the area. We've advised them of our enforcement efforts so they could continue to make informed decisions. We've backed up those warnings with a deliberate and methodical operation using lawful and safe tactics. The officers on the ground have shown patience and professionalism. They are well-trained and experienced, and they needed all of that expertise to bring about the results that we are seeing. At every step, they faced a barrage of resistance, shoving, and vitriol. We all saw that the protesters were aggressive with the officers, and we needed to use horses at one point. As a result, we responded this morning by adding helmets and batons to our equipment for the safety of our officers. When we deployed our officers this morning, you saw the public order units on the ground sweeping across the downtown core from east to west and moving demonstrators out of the parliamentary precinct. Our officers continued to face resistance. At one point, a flare was ignited by a protester. Officers used a chemical irritant, also known as pepper spray, to disperse unlawful demonstrators who were resisting police orders. Sadly, we again saw young children being brought to the unlawful demonstration and to the front of our police operation. This is dangerous and is putting young children at risk. So far today, we've arrested 47 people. That brings the total so far to 170. As we continue to take back our streets, City of Ottawa crews and other municipal vehicles came into the area to clean up and tow away all of the demonstrators' possessions and vehicles. This is tough work. These officers are doing what they've been trained to do. They have demonstrated unparalleled discipline, restraint, and the utmost professionalism. I commend them for their actions yesterday and throughout the day today. I'm proud of them and all the members of our police service that have contributed to this operation. Je suis fier de tous les corps policiers pour leur service à notre communauté pendant cette période difficile. This is an Ottawa-led police joint operation, but this is actually a Canadian effort. We have officers from across the province and country here to help us. Every person supporting this effort is proud to be here. Police have a vital role in our democracy, and this operation shows our institution's commitment and ability to maintain a lawful society. But we could not do this without the support of the community that we serve. All levels of government, the federal, provincial, and municipal, have contributed to this effort, all to support our city and every other community being affected by similar unlawful demonstrations. By working together, we are showing the strength of our democracy. To downtown residents, we are focused on your safety. We are not going anywhere until you have your streets back. We are prepared. We are aware of protesters leaving the parliamentary precinct, moving to surrounding neighborhoods. We are working with our partners, and we will remove these protesters peacefully from your area. This operation is still moving forward. It is not over, and it will take more time until we have achieved our goals. Following Mr. Ayot's comments, I'll be available to answer questions.
Thank you, Chief Bell. Good afternoon, everyone. Bon après-midi, tout le monde. The city continues to support our police service, who made excellent progress towards ending this occupation. I want to thank the police leadership and every single police officer from the many different forces who are involved in this operation. You are doing great work. I also want to thank and recognize city staff who've been working day and night over the past few weeks under challenging conditions. Whether you're working in public safety, emergency management, in the EOC, or in the NCRCC, whether you're public works, social services, media relations, or working for or in a city facility, whether you're corporate security or behind the scenes in a support capacity, I want to thank you. I specifically want to thank our bylaw officers who've issued over 3,600 tickets, and our fire services, firefighters, and paramedics who are working in the red zone as part of an integration team directly with police special teams, or responding to regular calls within the red zone. To the city leadership team, thank you for your constant support and availability during these difficult times. Je tiens à souligner le travail de tous les employés municipaux qui travaillent sans relâche depuis des semaines. Finally, for the public, you have been strong during this very difficult and unprecedented event. Please know that the city is already supporting activities aimed at restoring the downtown neighborhoods to their normal state. This includes removing debris, garbage, vehicles, clearing snow, installing fences, and repairing any damage left behind by these protesters. Thank you and merci. Thanks, Kevin.
I will now invite each media agency to come to the microphone to ask a question. Please ask one question each, starting with your name and the media that you represent. Nous allons maintenant répondre aux questions de chaque organisme média. S'il vous plaît, posez une seule question au microphone. S'il vous plaît, vous nommer et aussi nous dire le média que vous représentez.
Kristen Ashkate, CTV National News. Thanks for taking our questions. Can you say when will residents have their streets back? Do you have a day in mind as Wellington is now cleared out?
So we've been clear from the beginning. This is an extremely large, complex operation. You all understand that because you've been so actively covering and reporting on it since it's begun. We won't commit to any end time because the progress of it needs to be measured, needs to be methodical, needs to be safe and lawful, as we've indicated all the way through. That is how we've approached this protest since we've started. That is how we will approach approach it until it's completed. I can't overstate. We are in this until it is over. Every one of our police agency partners has indicated their continued and ongoing support to work with us to finish this unlawful occupation. You have our commitment that we are here until the very end. If I had a choice, it would be right now. And that's why I implore all the protesters who remain there, go home. This occupation is now over. We will continue with our mission until it is complete.
And can you explain the chemical irritant that was used against the protesters by police today? What kind of chemical was it, and why was it used? And you also, my other question here that I really need, that's important that I want to squeeze in here is, you talk about the professionalism of police, but with respect, sir, can you explain what appears to be excessive force by police officers when a protester is arrested? There is multiple videos on social media showing police delivering blows with their knee and their fists while the protesters are down. Is this necessary?
So I haven't specifically seen the videos you're talking about, but what I can advise you is we do have mechanisms to review all of the arrests. We will absolutely be involved in reviewing arrests to make sure that the lawful amount of force was used as we executed our mission. We've been very clear from the beginning, as this has escalated and as protesters have not heeded the urging, the warnings, and then the direction to leave our streets, that we would need to escalate in our tactics. That is what you're seeing us engaged in to ultimately remove people who are refusing to leave.
Hi, Chief Bell, Frédéric with Radio-Canada. So we see that you guys, with the help of your other agencies, have practically gained all of Wellington where Parliament Hill is located. So can you tell us what's the next step into the operation, and are the forces starting to stretch thin? As you gain terrain, you're going to need more people. So what's the next step in the operation, and maybe how we're doing with officers?
So what you've seen, and we indicated from the very beginning days, this has been going to be a very deliberate and methodical approach to how we're going to gain back the area and remove everyone to execute the plan we have. We also indicated that we have the resources we need to execute this plan. What you've seen over the past number of days is the execution of that plan with the resources that we need to finalize it. We are approaching areas, our members are taking control of areas, and then we're bringing in crews behind us to remove vehicles, remediate any of the conditions that the protesters, any of the damage the protesters may have done, to make sure that as our citizens get their streets back, they are the streets that they had before this started. We will continue with our plan. We'll continue to move ahead, and I can tell you it is, to this point, going exactly as we had anticipated.
Bonjour, question en français, si possible. Andy Saint-André de TVA à Montréal. Est-ce que depuis le début de l'intervention policière d'envergure, la police a saisi des armes à feu? Ou est-elle au courant que des armes se trouvent présentement entre les mains de manifestants?
Juste, si vous pouvez répéter votre question en anglais, et puis par la suite, M. Diem va répondre en français.
Génial. Have the police seized firearms since the beginning of this major police intervention?
So what I can tell you is that we have several criminal investigations ongoing that relate to the seizure of weapons. I don't have specifics on any of those investigations because they're not yet complete and there is no charges resulting from them. When we do have that, we will provide that information.
Oui, bonjour. Juste pour la traduction, c'est effectivement, nous avons plusieurs enquêtes en cours. Vous comprendrez que l'événement est très fluide, ça change de jour en jour. Et le chef de police, M. Bell, a mentionné qu'à fur et à mesure qu'on progresse, on fera un bilan de ce qui a été saisi pour votre information.
Merci.
Hi, Ashley Burke, CBC National News. Can you tell us what other methods that you used today to try and disperse crowds that we didn't see yesterday? It sounded like there was other sort of sonic or other sort of sound things that were done today that had been in the past. And what else?
Yeah, we've been pretty clear from the beginning. We're actually not going to discuss the tactics we use. One of the things that you've seen that we've been engaged in is we're monitoring. We've learned from previous protests and demonstrations. We're monitoring the coverage. One of the tactics that the protesters and demonstrators are using is misinformation. Information that is inaccurate, information that misleads the public. We're actively tweeting and providing information out through social media and other media mechanisms in order to be able to try and get accurate, factual information around what is going on within the protest without actually divulging any police tactics.
And just speaking of conflicting reports, yesterday there were a lot of them when it came to the case where the police horse entered the crowd. Ottawa Police had said that a bicycle was thrown at the feet of a horse, but there are conflicting reports online about that. Can you specifically tell us what happened and what happened to the civilian and the horse?
So thank you. That when you talk about misinformation, that's specifically one of the demonstrations for us of that. What happened is the crowd was escalating around the police. There was tension that was continuing to escalate between our public order unit members and the demonstrators on the line that was resulting in increased aggression by the demonstrators. Members of the mounted public order unit rode through the crowd that created separation and lowered the temperature and circumstances that existed there so as not to escalate force. Almost immediately there was tweets, there was pictures that had been photoshopped out on social media that indicated people had died as a result of that. The horses had run over somebody with a walker in the crowd. What I can indicate is there was 2 members of the protesters who did collide with the horses. They fell down. They immediately got back up and started to again engage in their protest and demonstration activity. That is one of the circumstances where, as we monitor it, we're identifying misinformation and as quickly as we can providing accurate, real information about what is occurring on the ground.
Sorry, but was a bike actually thrown at a horse? Because there are images online that perhaps it was someone else's electronic wheelchair.
So we'll have to get more specific information on that for you, and I'll be able to provide more in coming days.
Hi, Chief Bell. It's Joanne Quinello from CBC Ottawa Local. You say you've arrested about 170 people since the police action has begun. How many folks have you actually charged?
So we're continuing to, one step is the arrest, the next step is the processing and charging of those individuals. We haven't yet pulled together and identified the number of charges that we've laid, but that will be released to the media and to the public as soon as it's available.
But are people being let go, for example, without being charged of anything, say if they promise to go home?
So what I can indicate again is we've arrested 170 people. We'll continue to do the investigations, and as we've identified those that are charged and those that may be released unconditionally, those numbers, we'll provide them to the media.
And as this is a massive operation, any chance there's a price tag on this yet? I think earlier on, when we had asked for 1,800 officers, there was an indication it might cost $2.5 million a day. Is that accurate? Or I know it's probably not exact at this moment.
So it's something that's very important to us. We know that this is going to be an extremely expensive operation. We've already talked to our federal and provincial partners about how at the end of the day we will look at having money provided to the police service for that. Those discussions are ongoing. We continue to track our costs. Our partners continue to work with us to identify the costs of policing to actually manage this event, and at the culmination of it, we'll be able to provide accurate figures.
You don't have a tally up till now, for example?
Just to remind all the journalists, one question. Thank you.
Hi, Chief Bell. Gabriel, I'm from the French radio of CBC. Just wondering, do you know how many buildings are in lockdown right now in Ottawa? And I will take a response in French also, please.
So we don't identify buildings to go into lockdown. We don't tell building owners to put their buildings in lockdown. We do provide public safety announcements as to where the demonstration is happening, where our police operations are occurring within the demonstration. So we don't directly control the number of buildings which are locked down. So I don't have that number for you. Sorry.
Oui, en gros, que M. Bell disait, c'est qu'on ne contrôle pas nécessairement les entreprises qui vont en lockdown. On va donner des annonces de sécurité publique pour les rassurer, mais présentement, on n'a pas le chiffre total de tout ce qui est fermé depuis le début de la manifestation.
Hi there, Erica Ibrahim, the Canadian Press. I'm wondering what your message is to protesters and Canadians more broadly who might be upset and angry with images being published of police hitting protesters with batons and other types of force. There are images of some people, or some police striking crowd members with batons who were retreating and not being aggressive toward them. There were media in the crowds that have witnessed and reported on this. I'm wondering what you would say to those who may be concerned by that.
As I indicated earlier, we will have the opportunity to review all of those files. There are complaint mechanisms for people to enter into if they feel that there is excessive use of force by members of our police service. What I will also say is we have been here for 3 weeks. I have been at this podium for the last 5 days, imploring people to leave, asking them to get out of our streets. This occupation is over. We have advised them that if they peacefully leave, they may go home. That still exists. We also indicated that we would escalate and forcefully remove people from the streets if they did not comply. Some of that is what you're seeing. So I will stand here today again and say, this demonstration is over. Go home. If you don't go home, we will remove you from the streets.
This will be the last question.
Hello, I'm Andy Lee. I'm from Independent Media. So I was in the crowd yesterday. I was unfortunately hit with some pepper spray. I just have a question. There's some video cameras that the police are using and some news outlets are reporting that you're gathering intelligence with those cameras. Can you elaborate, like, if the protesters at this point, retreat and go home, are they going to be getting sort of repercussions down the road? Or are you going to be sort of actively pursuing the people that you've been sort of documenting and filming who are still out there protesting? What are your plans after this, after the protest is over?
So thank you. It's a great question. And the simple answer is yes. If you are involved in this protest, we will actively look to identify you and follow up with financial sanctions and criminal charges. Absolutely. This investigation will go on for months to come. It has many, many different streams, both from a federal financial level, from a provincial licensing level, from a criminal code level, from a municipal breach of court order, breach of court injunction level. It will be a complicated and time-consuming investigation that will go on for a period of time. You have my commitment that that investigation will continue, and we will hold people accountable for taking our streets over.
And could I just ask one more question?
Can we ask a question to Mr.
This
Ayot?
concludes the media availability. Ceci conclut le point de presse. Merci.
That was Ottawa Police updating the ground operation happening right now in Ottawa's downtown core. Police continuing their actions that began yesterday morning in an effort to end a protest and occupation that took over Wellington Street at the foot of the Parliament Hill precinct, an occupation that lasted over 3 weeks. We heard there the acting police chief, Steve Bell, saying the operation is Ottawa-led but a Canadian effort, with everyone involved proud to be a part of it. And as for the numbers, over 3,600 tickets have been issued, 170 people arrested so far, and at least 38 vehicles have been seized. So, with more, let's bring in now Murray Faulkner, former London police chief, who's been with us throughout this day. So, Murray, thanks for standing by and listening to that alongside us. And to people at home, you are watching CBC News Network. I'm Michael Serapio as we continue our special coverage. Murray, as you listen to the police chief there, I actually want to begin with the last point that he made, that they are in fact collecting information on protesters. What do you make of that?
Well, that was the best question of the whole news conference for sure. That doesn't surprise me at all. These protesters are in a public domain, have no right to privacy, and as such, the police have a responsibility to follow up on criminal activity, which protesters are right now. So regardless of whether you're a protester or a large trucker that drove his vehicle out today, there will be follow-up investigations and possible charges laid. There is no free pass here.
Now, there was also a question that was raised about the way in which some protesters have been arrested, questions about a use of force. And, you know, we did see that statement earlier today from convoy organizers describing police action, and this is their word, as being abusive. What do you say to that?
Well, you know, in this modern day where everyone has a cell phone, I've always said that use of force is never pretty. Up until the advent of cellular phones, police tactics were kind of hidden and veiled. But now they're open for public scrutiny, and I think the police welcome public scrutiny. So if excessive force was used, then police actions, disciplinary actions need to be taken. And in fact, they are resisting in the sense that they're not putting their arms behind their back. They're either kicking or still struggling. Body blows might be appropriate at the time to gain the arrest. You will see in many of these arrests, it's not just a single person. It's multiple police officers, and they're there not to be for a bully tactic, but actually for safety for not only the officer but for the person being arrested, so that each arm and each leg can be secured.
You know, I also want to get your thoughts on a comment that was made by the chief regarding the role police play, because of course we've seen charges on social media that police are being undemocratic in their actions today and yesterday. But we heard from Chief Bell that police have a vital role in a democracy. You know, from a policing perspective, explain that to us.
Well, our country is based on the rule of law, and protesters have a right to protest. My goodness, you would see sometimes police associations protesting. So it's not the point about protesting, it's about how you go about it. Do you seize public streets? Do you put up a dance floor? Do you have barbecues and you close down a city? Do you threaten other people? So it's not about protesting. That's not the issue. It's how you go about it. And what the protesters are missing, the fact is that what they've done is actually a criminal activity. They've seized property, public property that doesn't really belong to them. Everyone has the right to use them, and they've blocked it off for the use of citizens and anyone else that wants to come to the Capitol. And of course, you know, multiple times today and yesterday, members of the media keep asking police officials, how long is it going to take? When is this going to be over? And I would suggest that that's maybe inappropriate to ask the police. Ask the protesters. The police are only going to be there as long as the protesters are. End of story. They don't want to be there. I know that for a fact. But it's not up to the police. It's up to the protesters, because the police do not want to use a great deal of force.
Well, that said, sunset is slated for 5:35 p.m. Local time in Ottawa. Does that change the operation? Does that raise extra safety concerns?
I don't know about extra safety concerns. I think, I think probably what will happen is they'll go back into a stand and hold the line kind of proposition. I'm not sure that they'll want to be utilizing a great deal of officers during the dark hours, specifically now that they have dispersed the main crowd. I am hoping that tomorrow, though, we will see fewer protesters. The epicenter of this protest was Wellington Street in front of the Parliament buildings. It is no longer in possession of the protesters. The main area is now gone. And so therefore there's no real gathering point. The police have had the ability to disperse, push the people away from Parliament buildings. And as such, I think there's no more tents, there's no more food. They're just standing on public property. That's all that's left to do.
Murray Faulkner, thank you for this. Hopefully we'll speak again before this day is done, but thank you for the insight at this point.
No problem.
Well, with that, let's now go to Coventry Road in Ottawa, and that's where the CBC's Judy Trinh joins us right now. Coventry Road, of course, being where protesters originally were supplying food and fuel to the protesters. So, Judy, tell us a bit more about what's happening there right now.
Okay, Michael, I first want to tell you that I'm sitting in my car, and what I'm doing is I am observing what's going on at the Coventry camp. So I am facing the Coventry camp right now. I see roughly about 200 vehicles. I still see about a dozen large transport trucks. I've been here since approximately about 1:30, 2 o'clock. And about that time, the crowd started getting into a little bit of a panic, because what they heard was that police were on their way, that the situation was escalating downtown, and organizers started asking people here to start dismantling the tents, dismantling the camps on their own. Now, what is interesting is that I was still able to see individuals driving into this camp, and they told me that they were confused because they were coming here to basically get instructions on how to get downtown. So even as the entrenched protesters here started dismantling their camp, other people were still coming in wanting to head downtown. There was talk that they would walk downtown so they wouldn't have to deal with the police checkpoints. There are 100 police checkpoints in order to get to the core, right, surrounding that. And I want you to take a listen to an interview I did with a man by the name of Mr. Poulin. What he says is that he is not going to leave. Despite instructions from organizers that they should tear down, he says he's not leaving. Take a listen.
I know they're coming. I'm holding my line. I'm not doing anything illegal until they come see me personally and tell me to leave. I will stay. Once they ask me to leave, I will cooperate. If they want to arrest me, they do, but it's illegal because I'm not doing nothing wrong.
Gabriel Poulin is from the South Shore of Montreal. He says he's a grandfather. He just joined this convoy protest 3 days ago, setting up a camp here. Michael, so you can see that there is this level of dedication, and this convoy, this freedom convoy movement group is still attracting new supporters.
And as you say that, we're showing people the scene right now in Wellington as more police officers make their way along the road on the southern portion of the Parliament Hill precinct in downtown Ottawa. But we also have a shot here, Judy. I'm going to ask our controller to put that up one more time. Let's take a look at that aerial view of Coventry where Judy is reporting from right now. And those are the vehicles that you were referring there to, Judy. Talk to us about the police presence at that point. You say there's concern now that word that police will be descending on this gathering point for protesters. But what is the police presence like at this moment?
Michael, I do not see any police presence at this moment. There's quite, most likely, there are watch points. Police may be surveilling this group from rooms in the hotel room, from the roof of the hotel, as well as from the roof of the Coventry Ball Stadium. But right now, I do not see any visible officers on the ground. But you have to understand that obviously they are concentrating all their efforts downtown to get those protesters out of the core, right? So they are hoping that perhaps seeing that use of force, seeing the number of arrests, that individuals here who have been in camp now for more than 3 weeks, we're on 23 days, and some of them have been here from the start, that this will convince them to move of their own accord. What we are being told, though, is that even though they are dismantling this camp, they're not giving up, Michael. They're just moving to an undisclosed location. I want everyone to know that this is a city property that was leased to the owners of the Ottawa Titans baseball team. And what ended up happening was they were only supposed to use this lot for 1 weekend, but they ended up staying for 23 days now. So the owner has told the city that he wants them out, and what is interesting is that he told me that even for him to get into work, he has to go through the protester checkpoints. He has to ask permission from the protesters to get to his place of work. So it's clear that they don't own this property. And where they're regrouping, I'm told, is a farmer's field, somewhere further south, where they have permission to set up their big tents. Michael.
Judy, thank you for the update. We'll check in with you again a little later. The CBC's Judy Trinh at Coventry Road, again in Ottawa. Now, as we look at Coventry Road to the right of your screen, to the top of your screen, you see the action on Wellington Street, and towards the bottom, the dismantling of what was essentially the base camp for protesters at the foot of Parliament Hill. And we also want to talk about the legal charges now facing protesters. And to that, we are joined now by João Veloso. He is a professor of law at the University of Ottawa. João, thank you for being with us today.
You're welcome.
I want to begin here with the charges right now being laid against some of the protesters that have been arrested so far. Charges of mischief, counseling to commit the offense of mischief. What does that exactly mean? What does mischief actually cover?
This covers a whole range of criminal behaviors. It may be from minor things such as graffiti, but also occupation of property, damage to property, burning a car on the streets, block a capital city from a G7 country for 4 weekends, this kind of thing.
And as you say that, again, we continue to show the visuals coming to us from downtown Ottawa as police enforce the clearing of this protest occupation camp. And you see on the right of the screen another individual being arrested, and again towards the bottom of the screen, the dismantling and the cleaning up of what was a base camp. So as you talk about what mischief actually means, put this into context for us, João. How serious are these charges? What kind of penalties do they actually carry?
They can be very serious, especially if it doesn't endanger the life of a person. The maximum punishment is actually life sentence in prison. But I think instead of focusing on the punishment, the maximum punishment itself, it's interesting to note that there are many collateral consequences to that. Having a record is going to affect lots of these folks, not only the organizers, traveling abroad and so on. Actually, mischief, there is a maximum general sentence of 10 years of imprisonment that triggers immigration detention and deportation for those who are not citizen. And so this can be quite serious, and more especially, we should not forget that we have a class action suit going on that is already above $300 million. And by the arrest, I think it's quite clear the characterization that this person was somehow involved in the protest, and more likely they will become part of the class action as well.
So how strongly do you think the Crown might actually push when it comes to sentencing?
They may push quite harsh. We're talking about a long-term occupation of the capital. But again, you should understand that roughly only 10% of the sentence imposed in Canada are over 6 months of imprisonment. So more likely, even in the worst case for most of them, we're talking about lower sentences, which is not necessarily a problem, because the way the Canadian criminal justice system works is that people get arrested, they are in pretrial detention. Some of them stay quite long for pretrial detention, like half of the provincial population in Ontario is under pretrial detention, which makes a kind of pressure for plea bargaining. So this is option one. Option two, they are released under condition, as Mr. Barber was. And but his conditions, he cannot post the Facebook videos he used to post every day. And not only that, the general condition is to keep the peace, and not keeping the peace is any violation, not only criminal law violation, municipal laws violations means that you are not keeping the peace. So for those, most of these people that were arrested yesterday and today, that are going to be released under conditions, more likely they're going to breach some of those conditions, which means it's a new criminal infraction, and then you just go back again. It's the kind of phenomenon that criminal law scholars and criminologists call a revolving door. And this revolving door does not need harsh punishment. It's just little punishment that has a whole bunch of collateral consequences that trap people in the system.
Jean Veloso, thank you for this. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Now, one of the key organizers behind the protests, well, she will be spending the weekend in jail. An Ottawa judge has pushed back the bail decision for Tamara Leach, who was arrested on Thursday. Let's go to Neil Herland. He was watching the virtual court hearing. He joins us live right now. So pushing back until Monday here. Talk to us about what happens next here, Neil. Neil, I'm sorry. We seem to be having an audio issue with you right now. Can you hold on for 1 second? Try that. Neil, try that again,
Yeah,
please.
Michael, Tamara Leach will be spending the next 3 nights behind bars. Today, a bail hearing was held in Ottawa. The 49-year-old is charged with counseling to commit mischief. Judge Julie Bourgeois presided over the bail hearing today. It lasted for several hours. At the end of the hearing, where bar arguments were presented from both the defense and the Crown, the judge decided to reserve her decision until Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. She said that there were too many complicating factors. She wanted to really decide and look at all of the evidence that was presented today. Now, Leach has been one of the most prominent leaders of the protest movement in Ottawa. She was arrested 2 nights ago. It was recorded on Twitter. A lot of people saw the video of the police arresting Tamara Leach. She appeared in the prisoner's box today. She was wearing a black sweater that said, "I heart oil and gas." She also had an N95 face mask on her face to protect her during the court hearing. Now, she told the judge that her defense lawyer argued that a $5,000 bail amount would be appropriate in this case. Tamara Leach telling the judge that she doesn't have a lot of savings, she doesn't have a lot of money, she's taken vacation time to take part in this protest. The judge asked Leach if she could fly back to Alberta, but then Leach explained that she doesn't have a vaccine passport, she's unvaccinated, so she just can't board a plane to return back to Medicine Hat, Alberta, where she's from. She also said that her bank accounts are frozen. Michael.
Neil, thank you for that. The CBC's Neil Herland. Now, Ottawa's interim police chief says 170 people have now been arrested. Steve Bell also saying his forces have faced resistance from protesters every step of the way, despite giving them repeated warnings and opportunities to leave.
At every step in this operation, we've been upfront and clear with the unlawful protesters that they must
leave. Steve Bell spoke earlier about how much longer that operation could go on.
We won't commit to any end time because the progress of it needs to be measured, needs to be methodical, needs to be safe and lawful, as we've indicated all the way through. That is how we've approached this protest since we've started. That is how we will approach it until it's completed. I can't overstate. We are in this until it is over.
Thank you for joining us here on CBC Television, CBC Gem, and CBC News Network. We are bringing you special coverage at this hour of police action in the nation's capital after a blockade, a convoy had taken over the downtown core of Ottawa for going on 3 weeks. Ashley Burke has been reporting from those areas over the course of those 3 weeks and inside the red zone today. She's also been following police updates. Ashley, we're here to heard a little bit there from the interim police. You seem to be in an area that is pretty quiet compared to how it was earlier today. Tell us where you are, how it has changed.
Rosie, we are just a block from where David Common is, just behind me there. And, you know, look at the difference here. This is one of the areas that police have reclaimed. And just take a look at this. You can see this fencing that they are installing to keep demonstrators out. This is tall fencing, and also this police vehicle right here to block this from anyone entering this area. That's what police have been doing throughout the day, pushing protesters back and then securing areas, bringing in that line, like you mentioned, of tow trucks and cleaning out any of cars, towing any of those vehicles that are still here. Just behind us, this is Parliament Hill. This is Wellington Street, one of the areas that was jam-packed with vehicles, just days ago. And look at, they're all gone. We saw droves of trucks leaving today. Some of them essentially had a farewell parade. They were doing donuts in the street. There was smoke spitting up, and there were people screaming and cheering for them as they took off. So we have seen a lot of vehicles leave, and now this area, the secure, looks like this. As you mentioned, Ottawa's interim police chief gave an update today. He said this has been methodical and that everything to date has gone exactly as they planned. But it's clear not everyone feels that way, because Ottawa police tonight tweeted to tell people to stop calling 911, to stop calling their emergency lines, and complaining about how police are handling this matter. They have been inundated with complaints tying up those key lines there. We've also seen gates of, look, that's probably some more gear that they're bringing in to close off this area. The other thing we heard from the interim police chief was a defense of some of the methods that they used today. They said they had warned if people did not leave that they were going to escalate their methods. So as you mentioned, we saw police carrying batons today. We saw them wearing helmets. We personally saw a series of people being sprayed with pepper spray today and heading into snowbanks just down the street from here and rubbing their eyes in snowbanks to try and get it to clear their eyes. So a lot of people in that area just a block away, that was happening too today, and a lot of complaints from protesters about that. But the police said, look, at the demonstrators, they threw gas at them, they were being volatile, and that those are the tactics they had to use to protect themselves. Another thing we heard from police today is that you might see them around here with cameras up. They are filming demonstrators, and even those that leave, they are opening investigations, and they say they're going to track people down, and they will be laying arrests later, even after demonstrators clear out of this area.
Okay, I mean, just so viewers really understand, let me just reiterate what you said off the top, Ashley. You are a mere block away from where David Common was just now, and a block away from the picture that we're seeing on the right of our screen. So things have been squeezed down pretty intensely, and much of the core, as you said, where people were set up, has been cleared. The police chief said that they're not going to stop until all neighborhoods in the city are clear of protesters. We know, for instance, that there are locations where they've set up sort of encampments further away from downtown. Give us a sense of what they've said about that and how this goes forward in the days ahead.
Well, they've really been pushing people today down Wellington Street, that street behind us, all the way down to where David Common is, and letting people have an exit route. Some of these side streets, like the one I'm standing on right now, was one of the routes they allowed people to leave on today. So they're letting people exit on some of these more residential streets as they clear out the main areas. And they said that's been their priority today, and getting the trucks out of some of these spots near us. There are still streets where there are trucks lined up that they have not cleared out yet. So Ottawa's interim police chief said the priority right now is really securing and clearing these streets. And also, they said they had to do repairs to get these streets back to what they looked like before, because as you remember, there were tents set up, and they say there's been some damage to some of the property around here as well.
Okay, Ashley Burke, she is also inside the red zone right now and has been helping with the coverage over the past 3 weeks and again tonight. Thank you, Ashley. We'll come back to you. I should let you know as well that in order to get into that area where Ashley is, you do have to go through a number of police checks and prove why you're going into that area and what you're set to do. It can be a tedious exercise, but one that is necessary given what police want to do with that secured area. Again, the CBC building, Parliament Hill, and where Ashley was, all inside of there. I want to bring in Wesley Wark now. He is in the nation's capital too. He's a national security expert and senior fellow with the Center for International Governance and Innovation. Nice to see you this evening, Mr. Wark.
Hello, Rosemary. Nice to see you.
So as all this is happening, of course, inside Parliament, inside the House of Commons, there is a really important debate happening around the Emergencies Act, a measure that has never been used by any government until now. And the debate is important because it is there that the government has to sort of make the case for why it is needed and explain the legal bar or the legal criteria that it used to invoke this. I know you have strong opinions on the Emergencies Act, and I wonder, given what you've seen over the past couple of days, whether you think it was the answer.
Yes, I mean, I think, Rosemary, Canadians are going to judge the use by the federal government of the Emergencies Act on two grounds. One is, it is a means to an end. Is it going to be an effective means to an end in terms of bringing this protest movement to a close? And I must say, it's one good sign that the space in front of Parliament Hill has been closed, has been cleaned out, so that Parliament can continue this important debate. The other issue is going to be, well, is it was it the appropriate legal tool to use? And that's a debate that's happening at the moment in Parliament. And it's a critical debate because in the terms of the Emergencies Act, Parliament has to agree that it should be invoked and continued, or it can simply bring the Emergencies Act to an end. So the federal government has really staked its action with regard to ending this protest on getting parliamentary assent, and that debate is going forward, as you know.
We could get to the space, though, I think, given the way things are unfolding, where when the vote happens on Monday night, things will be mostly cleared up in this city. It does look like they will get support anyway from the NDP. But it does seem as though the bringing together of various police forces from across the country has been a pretty important part of this. And that was done, I believe, under the Emergencies Act. So was that enough of a reason to do this, do you think?
Well, there are two thresholds that have to be met in the Emergencies Act, not to dive too deeply into the law, but one is the government has to prove that this is a national emergency. And I think that is clearly the case. And a national emergency has to be something that's beyond the capacity or authority of a single province to deal with. And, one of the things that we've seen throughout this crisis has been that other levels of government, whether it was the City of Ottawa or the provincial government, both of whom declared their own Emergencies Act, were pretty ineffective in dealing with the Act. The Emergencies Act does give the federal government some very specific tools, which it's used, but it also needs to be said the Emergencies Act is an old piece of legislation. The good news is that it's never been used since 1988. The bad news is that it's old, and so the government has to, in a way, shoehorn the Emergencies Act from way back in 1988, 34 years ago, into contemporary circumstances. And just think in 1988, there were no social media platforms, there was no cryptocurrency. One of the key tools that they brought to bear are these financial weapons, frankly, which I think are a big threat and a major deterrence that has probably helped turn the tide, quite apart from the ability the Emergencies Act has given them in a couple of other practical ways. One is they were able to bring the RCMP and their resources to bear on the protest, because otherwise the RCMP had no real jurisdiction. And secondly, as you've seen and shown viewers, they could declare these protected areas, what the City of Ottawa police are calling red zones. There are more protected areas, no matter what happens with the downtown protests, that are going to have to be declared and cleared out, including the staging areas and support areas for the protest. And so, I think we'll see this going on. Hopefully downtown Ottawa will be reasonably quiet by Monday evening when the parliamentary vote takes place. But I think there'll be other action that will have to take place, certainly in other parts of Ottawa and possibly in other parts of the country.
Yeah, maybe all of this will at very least lead to a review or renewal of the Emergencies Act if needed going forward. Wesley Work, thank you so much for your time and your expertise on this. Do appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Rosemary.
Wesley Work, a national security expert. Let me show you again where we are here in the nation's capital. You're watching on CBC News Network, CBC Television, and CBC Gem. I'm Rosemary Barton. This is special coverage of police action here in Ottawa that has started, as you know, just yesterday, early in the morning, and continued on through the course of this day. This is a shot of Bank Street, looking up at a line in the far distance there of police who are holding many protesters still at that location. We should tell you, though, that Wellington Street, which had been the central point for this protest right in front of Parliament Hill, has been cleared out of protesters and of rigs, of the big trucks that were sitting there for going on 3 weeks. Our Evan Dyer joins us now. He's also been watching on the ground by Bank Street. In fact, corrected me when I misread where we were on our camera shots. Evan, tell us what's happening on the ground where you are.
Okay, so we're on Bank Street, and we're in between Queen Street and the pedestrian street of Ottawa, Sparks Street. This is right now where most of the action is happening, and there's a line of police, we believe RCMP, right across Sparks Street there, which is now entirely under the control of all the different police forces that are here. This is really the only block right now where you're going to see this kind of confrontation in downtown Ottawa, and people have just gravitated here, it seems. It's kind of got the atmosphere of a dance party. You can probably hear the music playing in the background there. And there's a crowd of about 400 to 500 people probably on this block. All of Sparks Street has similar lines of riot police blocking the intersections. They're carrying batons, they're wearing helmets. They don't have shields, but they certainly do look different from the way they looked yesterday, and that was a decision that was taken by Ottawa Police to change their posture and harden it a little bit after yesterday. And that's what we're seeing right now. It's an area of only about a block and a half square, which probably contains in it right now most of the protesters remaining in the downtown core of Ottawa. And they've just come here because this appears to be the last place where the action is really occurring.
And they are there gathering in spite of the fact that 170 people have been arrested, and in spite of the fact, Evan, that they have been told if they stay, they will be arrested. Does there seem to be any further movement by police tonight, or are they just sort of holding their ground and letting things unfold?
I don't think we've necessarily seen the end of the movement. I think right now there's really nothing serious that the Ottawa Police or any other police force that's here would be concerned with, in the sense that they would have